Good morning and welcome to today's play with the MODUS Online Darts Live League. It is Tuesday and it's early in the morning. It's 9:30 GMT. But wherever you're tuning in from around the world, we welcome you to today's matches. 15 games in total. And we are going to flip the fixtures around from yesterday, where we will see that man right there, Barrie Bates, against Joe Davis to start with. We will also have the likes of Richie Burnett, Darryl Fitton, Jamie Caven and Robert Thornton in Group A of this week's play to see who will progress to Saturday night's final. Of course, the state of play is as such, like it was yesterday. Each player will play 5 games to amass as many points as they possibly can in their weekly total.
91.
If they top this group after tomorrow's play, they will automatically qualify for Saturday night action. But if they finish second or third in the table, they will get a second crack at the whip on Thursday evening's group, which will also take place on Friday night. If you're 4th, 5th or 6th, you will then go to the other group, which will take place on Thursday and Friday morning, local time. As for yesterday, it was Barrie Bates who was at the basement of the table. Found it tough going towards the end. But Joe Davis, I think, will have gone to bed last night thinking that was okay yesterday results-wise. He picked up 3 wins from 5, including a win against Barrie in the very last match of the day, 4-0, which was very good for his leg difference. He eventually finished the day on +2. That wasn't as good as his bedfellow on 6 points, Richie Burnett, but it's something to work on today. Tops for the first leg.
79.
It's not often you see a player go for treble 21st on 119, but
60.
Barrie not on a finish, so he figured he would just chip away at it. And Joe Davis is looking at tops once more. Now it's 10s.
30.
And has backed himself into a bit of a corner here. He does have a bit of time on his side.
83.
Maybe with Barrie on a finish now, he will feel that extra urgency to get this hit. That's exactly what has just happened. Joe Davis has started our match with a very tidy looking leg. He will look to improve on that, but in the early stages of play, it's all about just getting a footing. It's an early hold of throw for Joe. Yesterday he was involved in a very close match in his first game against Jamie Caven, which he eventually lost 4-3. Then it was a 4-2 win against Robert Thornton. I think that win yesterday against Thornton in his second match really did settle him down. He was on the end of a 4-0 defeat to Richie Burnett though, as 59. Richie put in the only 100 average of the day. But that was a very tidy performance from Richie. And Joe responded very well after that.
58.
By winning his final 2 matches against Fitton and against his opponent in this match.
41.
Barrie will fear the worst if he doesn't get off to a winning start here. Only being on 2 points yesterday at the end of play and a leg difference of -12, which was quite away from anybody else. Finishing bottom of the table. Maybe he's thinking, I'm glad I just got the 1 win. Well,
100.
If you're looking at the glass half full, Barrie, the only win you got was against yesterday's table topper, Jamie Caven.
93.
It is Davis who has got the upper hand in the early stages of this one again. And Barrie is chastising himself there for not hitting at least a 20 to leave the 25 in bull to get him to a finish. And for the second leg in a row, Joe Davis is looking at a finish with at least 6 darts in hand. Double 18.
95.
Here comes the pressure.
99.
But it's looking like Barrie is going to relinquish his throw here. And Davis will be looking just to finish it off a little bit crisper than the last leg. Constantly chuntering to himself.
10.
And offers Barrie Bates the chance at 112 to equalise after 2 legs. Treble 20 required. Double 16.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a really nice find. And early in today's play, you just get the feeling that Barrie needed a little bit of confidence from somewhere. And that ton plus check out of 112 in leg 2 might just be the key for him to start things off a little bit better today. I was looking through some statistics before today's play, and I was marvelling at the fact that Barrie Bates has got a miserable record against Welsh dart players. Maybe a little bit too much respect for
81.
a couple of players that he knows really well. He's never beaten Gedwin Price, who he's responsible for bringing to the PDC Tour. Because he's the one that said,
100.
have a go. He's lost to Gezi 4 times in 2019.
40.
And he's also lost 6 times to Mark Webster without a win. So there's gratitude for you from an ex-World Cup partner.
44.
Mark Webster, of course, now one of the leading analysts within the game.
95.
Barrie Bates is now attacking the Joe Davis throw. But a great response from Joe
90.
as he tries to overstack those darts a maximum to leave himself on something very small. And just around the time when his throw is threatened, he comes up with something very special. But so far in this match, he's missed a few doubles. Just needs to be a little bit tidier on the outer ring, and that is exactly what he did there. 226 points in 5 darts, and I was talking about the previous ton plus checkout being a good confidence boost for Barrie Bates. That 226 confidence will be brimming now for Joe Davis. Next match coming up after this will be Richie Burnett against Darryl Fitton, which
99.
was a one-sided affair yesterday. I mentioned something about Joe yesterday early in the play when he was taking on
180.
his first opponent as Barrie Bates finds his first maximum. He's looking a lot more comfortable today, and that's good to see from Barrie.
134.
Sometimes it's hard to see whether he's in any discomfort. He has had a lot of injury problems in his career.
58.
I was talking about Joe yesterday getting a lot of experience from this group, because you think about who he's up against in Fitton, Thornton,
96.
Burnett, Caven, Bates. The amount of experience in this group is quite extraordinary.
60.
Well, Joe Davis has left himself on 226. In the last leg, he took it in 5 darts. He's not going to do that this time.
41.
Just a bit jabby on that last dart. Didn't extend the arm on the follow through. That's why it didn't find its target. But Barrie Bates is looking to double 12, and he's nudged that wire on the inside. Could have been a second ton plus checkout for Batesy, who is donning the Welsh colours today. Yesterday it was his colours of the beloved Cardiff City
55.
football club that he passionately supports.
Yeah, Give me
But
one.
he's found the green on this one. No need for a putter or indeed any sort of golf club because the dart has found the target. And it is 2-2. This is very tight and a very hard one to call, I feel. The mannerisms of Joe Davis haven't changed in the few years that I've watched him play it.
96.
There's a lot of finger licking going on. And dart players love to find bits of grip or extra bit of moisture from somewhere. Simon Whitlock is noted for blowing on his fingers. It's something that I do too.
94.
It's very famous, of course, for players to use chalk or wax, some sort of substance,
140.
to manufacture grip. We always make the joke that you know you've played Keith Deller when the board is white.
140.
Great 140 there from Joe to get very close to the finishing zone. This has been a decent match so far.
100.
Average for Barrie in the mid-80s. A tiny bit higher for Joe, towards the mid to high 80s.
49.
It's a bad visit because it invites Barrie Bates in to potentially take the lead. Bullseye for a 161. Oh, Barrie Bates! We have just seen a little bit of magic, and the highest finish of the week so far goes to Barrie. He's 3-2 in front. The job is not done, but boy oh boy, that will give him some confidence. A 161 out from Barrie Bates. I do have to say that that bullseye was hanging on. It did have 80% sisal and 20% wire. And it was a little bit wobbly in that bullseye. And Barrie is not massively quick to retrieve the dart, so it's good that it had the right amount of
100.
grip in the board so he could take the lead for the first time in this game.
41.
After a magical moment like that, the last thing you want to do is relinquish the lead with poor darts from yourself.
57.
He's going to have to start finding the inner ring here.
Oh, 45.
Just starting to play a little bit faster is Barrie. Whether that's suiting him right now, I'm not so sure. He's got Joe under all sorts of pressure.
42.
And after beating Barrie 4-0 yesterday, he probably would have woken up knowing this first game was
85.
possibly in his hands to take the extra 2 points, to join Jamie Caven on 8 points for the week. If he's not careful,
96.
it will get away from him, but that's a good last start treble there from Joe. Just lost his range on that 60.
26.
And with that lie, surely Joe Davis is going to get something sizable.
81.
He will be devastated with that 81. First start was plumb. Now Barrie makes the mistake
60.
there. 263. You have to switch on either darts 1 or 2 if you don't get big trouble.
45.
It's not the worst visit in the world with Barrie Bates on 2 or 3. It's been a case of feast or famine in this game to Barry's chagrin.
45.
161 finish in the last leg, and he has not scored well in this one. And Joe will look to climb the ladder a little bit. That's a guide, that can help.
40.
He just overshot his target. If he'd have undershot his target, the likelihood is he would have caught the flight and he would have bounced in.
58.
There's a help for a dart. You're better off using it. You don't want to have it in the board not being able to use it.
41.
Didn't need a dart there. We have a very tight game to start things off today. It's 3-3. We've had the 161 from Barrie to finish leg 5. A little bit of a scratchy 6th leg. What's going to happen in leg 7 to finish this one off? Might be key that Joe has the darts. He's weathered the storm. Because the storm petered out after leg 5. If he can find a 15 darter here on the throw, it may be enough. I love how
60.
Welsh players, most of them in fact, always use Welsh coloured flights. So passionate about their country. I love that.
134.
Well, it is almost spring. And everybody's
21.
starting to get a little bit pepped up in unprecedented times to try and spend a bit more time outdoors. Well, these guys can't wait to play indoors.
60.
Joe Davis will have a crack at the 167 to try and usurp the big checkout proficiency of Barrie Bates to try and get the biggest finish of the week. He needs 57 and bull and decides not to go.
123.
It's worked out pretty well. So a little bit of pressure applied, and if Joe has trouble here, Barrie will wait. But Joe, to get a hard-fought 2 points to start his day, needs double 12.
41.
But that really was a nervous effort. Can Barrie find that 60 somehow? Good try. Trying to hover it over the top. And now Joe Davis's task is starting to get a little bit more difficult. You can sense there's a bit of anxiety in the room with the mannerisms. And that's a very fortunate 3. And that is a very good double 6. So it's a sigh of relief for Joe Davis in the end, who picks up the 4-3 victory. Ultimately, he had to work very, very hard for 2 points, but 2 points he gets. Game 2, Richie Burnett against Darryl Fitton, and Darryl is looking to reverse the 4-0 defeat from yesterday. Player on the left of the draw today will throw first. no bull off to see who goes first. That is shared around evenly over the course of the 3 days. So Richie Burnett will throw first in this contest. Best of 7 legs, of course, as it is throughout all of the games this week. 6 days of action, of course. And we welcome you if you are tuning in via your favourite bookmaker site or indeed via the Online Darts YouTube channel. If you do choose to have a little wager on one of the contests today, please do so in a responsible manner. When the fun stops, stop and begambleaware.org. Yesterday was a tidy day for Richie Burnett. He did let a couple of games slip. He lost to Robert Thornton early in game 2. So, can he have a better start today, the Prince of Wales? Richie Burnett also lost to Jamie Caven by 4 legs to 2.
60.
And that was a particularly entertaining game. But the encouraging thing for Richie is that when he did win, he won big.
84.
All 3 of his victories were 4 legs to 0. So, by that token, if he can carry that on, his leg difference is going to be healthy because it's better than everybody else's. 6 points from yesterday and plus 8. That was better in the leg difference column than our Monday tabletopper Jamie Caven, who picked up 2 more points. So if Burnett can win against Fitton here, he will effectively go top of the weekly table.
100.
As for Darryl, only the 1 victory yesterday, which was against Barrie Bates in the very first game. After that, things did not go his way. He found himself in the hole a lot. 3-0 down on a couple of occasions. And he was able to bring it back to 3-3, but ultimately could not get the job done in leg 7. So it was particularly hard work for Darryl yesterday.
1-2-1.
He'll be hoping that he can potentially get some wins today with a little bit more comfort. But early in this one, it looks like Burnett is feeling pretty strong, leaving the 2-darter after 4 visits. A higher single for the double.
40.
Yesterday he was very good at that shot, about finding the top bed with half of the bed remaining to be seen. That's a really good first start for Darryl. He's got a shot at double 18. Just misses on the inside to offer Richie Burnett the chance to win leg 1 in 16 to 18 darts. And he takes the first option. So that's a really tidy start again from Richie Burnett, who this week has looked quite sharp at times. And if he starts well, he usually ends well. So let's see what happens in leg 2. It is only a hold of throw for Richie. He didn't have a problem attacking his opponent's throw yesterday.
100.
And I mentioned a lot yesterday about his proclivity to kick the leg back on his 3rd dart. You notice early in play, it doesn't come in as much. But later in the day, it will rear its head a lot more. I've watched a lot of Richie Burnett's games that he's played over the last few seasons.
108.
As we see a tightly knit 180 from Darryl Fitton. Nobody does that better. But I've also played Richie
97.
in the past few seasons, and you do have to keep your distance. probably a good thing, social distancing for dart players when they play Richie, because they're not going to get kicked in the knee. But when you play him early, it's not going to happen. That lovely smooth follow through. Lovely with all 3 darts. So we'll use that from leg 2 of game 2, and then we'll talk about it a little bit later. This is a great leg from Fitton, double 12, and that is the best leg of the day by some distance. Now we're going to have to ask all of the other players, can they better an 11 darter? That was absolutely stunning from Darryl Fitton to level things up at 1-all. It's a frustrating game, this. Has to be said. First leg, struggling to find trebles, and then all of a sudden, they all come at once like buses. That's the challenge of the game. If it was easy, we probably wouldn't love it as much. It'd get boring. Where's the challenge?
85.
Darryl is a big lad. He's made of very tough stuff. I guarantee you, if you ran into him, you would go backwards.
180.
He wouldn't move. He's a gentle giant, though. He's a wonderful, intelligent man, and knows more about this sport than most.
46.
A wealth of knowledge and stories too. Particularly of his times travelling with Tony O'Shea. And that infamously really strong Cheshire team from the turn of the century, which was littered with talent. The likes of O'Shea and Brian Derbyshire himself. Even Peter Wright used to play for Cheshire. He used to commute from East Anglia. That might be something you didn't know. Richie was going for 128 the hard way. I think Joe Davis yesterday, he was the one that went for his opponent's score as opposed to his own. You do not want to do that. You want to go for double 16 here, Rich. Getting close to double 8, but not close enough. Can Richie Burnett take it this time? Yes, he can. Another tidy leg from Richie Burnett in this good quality encounter, and you get the feeling that Darryl Fitton, who had an 11 darter in leg 2, might need something of that kind of magnitude to get himself back into this one before Richie Burnett really starts to find his feet. The Darryl Fitton average in this game is over 100, and the Burnett average is in the mid-90s. So that tells us all the story that this has been a good game so far. There are many sports where you don't get the opportunity to put people against each other and scratch the itch, as I like to call it, of seeing a certain player against another player. For instance, there's a great deal of debate in golf about who the greatest of all time is, and would Jack Nicklaus beat Tiger Woods? Well, the longevity aspect of this sport still provides us with matches of this kind of magnitude somewhat quarter of a century after they could be said to have reached their peak. Many a dart player, including myself, I played for a very long time, but at professional level for around 12 years. But you have to double that and add some more for what Richie Burnett has done. And that has to be applauded. It's not all been simple, of course. He has had his ups and downs, as everybody will have. But the talent is still there. With Darryl, you feel the talent is still there.
9.
But you don't know whether... Well, they're just having a debate right now as to whether the board may have shifted when someone has retrieved a dart from the board. It may have shifted. That does happen on occasion. And if both players are satisfied with the position of the board, then they can proceed. Well, it's interesting that Richie had that reaction after scoring 9.
140.
I don't think Darryl's too fussed. That 140 says there's nothing wrong with the board. Maybe he was right, because they both scored 140s after the adjustment. But Fitton is looking to equalise with this 74 checkout. Double top now for the fourth leg.
54.
Just a tiny glance on the flight on the way through, and that might have cost it a bit of speed through the air. This 111 checkout from Richie would be a bit of a sickener. It would be a game changer, and it is double top. Excellent line, just didn't give it enough through the air. Enough flight or enough power. Darryl Fitton takes double 10. Picture perfect shot, and we equalise at 2 legs all in this one. The England versus Wales battle that we always like to watch between these two. Well, we're none the wiser as to who's going to win this one, so leg 5 may give us more information on that one. Both averages over the 90 mark. Burnett has come down towards 90 itself. That will improve it somewhat as he gets his second 180 of the contest. But then Darryl comes back with exactly the same. His average around 5 better than that of Richie Burnett. Yesterday we saw Richie go 7 darts into a 9. Can someone deliver dart 8 or possibly the magical 9th today or potentially sometime this week? To stay in touch, he needs the 60.
60.
Comes up short. It's a lovely sound when the darts clatter together like that. And then you have a pure dart to get 180 number 3 of the contest for Burnett, who finds himself on 41 after 9 to rediscover the lead at 3-2. I said we might get an indication of the potential winner in leg 5. Well, this is a definitive move from Richie Burnett. And he finds double 8 for a 12 darter. It's not as good as the leg that we saw from Darryl Fitton earlier, which was an 11. But boy, oh boy, that was a fantastic piece of craftsmanship from the Prince of Wales. Into leg number 6. Could win it from here, Richie Burnett. Can Darryl Fitton stay in it? In the weekly race, it is important just to rack up the points, but there is only one spot available in Saturday's finals out of this group at the end of tomorrow. Only one. So the job is pretty simple right now for Richie. Stay with whoever is top of the league, or don't get beaten at all, and you will be the person who will get through.
77.
You have to minimise the bad games and maximise on the wins. That's exactly what he did yesterday. The wins were maximised and didn't lose a leg when he won. But that kick is starting to creep in. And and things get a little bit edgy, you will feel the lower back as well. It does put the old lumbar region out of joint a little bit.
55.
No damage really done there by Fitton. No treble offers Burnett the chance to get to a finish first. And that's exactly what he does.
140.
This has been a very impressive game from Richie. Averaging 97. And he has now got 6 darts from here to finish the job. To inflict a second defeat on Darryl Fitton in the space of 24 hours. Oh, he's gutted with that last dart. He just wanted to glance it into the 60. But it makes things a little trickier. Just try and sneak one in the corner. But he does find himself on the 2-darter now, with Richie Burnett looking at his first realistic chance of finishing the match. That is not good. He nearly found the 60, which was a blocked bed.
94.
But he finds the perfect approach. And now he will cross his fingers that Darryl Fitton does not find 14 and the bullseye. Guarantees the single, but doesn't get the centre. And Richie Burnett can finish things off here to get his first 2 points of today. It's double 12. Well, he's just said Richie, and he's got every single right to say that, because not only did he have a barrage of guides just outside the bed, but he didn't use them. Double top for Fitton to keep this one going. Oh, he's at double 5, so double 15. Quick switch and quick hit. Well, it's never a dull moment when these two play each other, is it? Because we've had an 11-darter in this one, a 12-darter, and now we've had match darts missed, but we're going to the wire in leg 7. Darts and sport in general is about how you react to something that has just happened, whether it's positive or negative.
59.
3 darts for the match missed by Richie. And this last leg on throw, it's all about how he responds to that emotion. I can testify to the fact that it doesn't feel good that you're still throwing here when you know you should be back in the practice room getting ready for your next game. And in Richie's case, that is against Jamie Caven, which could be a very important game for the weekly table. No trouble for the second visit in a row against the throw here for Darryl Fitton. And Burnett is surviving. Only getting 1 trouble of his own so far. And it has been good enough.
60.
But he doesn't come up with a trouble here either. So Fitton's only 1 trouble away and 2 big singles from equalising the score. Can he get more? Doesn't know what happened there.
81.
And he's 20 adrift instead of finding the front. What a tremendous second dart that was, just to relieve a little bit of pressure. Maintains a good distance between himself and Darryl. And even though we've had a lot of quality in this game, you just got the feeling this last leg was going to be a bit edgy.
42.
Six darts from 201 is not a bad position to be in. Especially when you've hit 2 treble 20s. 45 maybe? Oh, look at that.
65.
Just what the doctor ordered. However, in the last leg, a double at the same height on the other side of the board.
27.
He had 3 darts at that for the match. Missed them all, but this time he's got more darts for it. He's got at least 6. And does it in 2. Gets rid of the match in 17 darts, and Richie Burnett does join Jamie Caven on 8 points. We'll talk more about the weekly table in games to come, but it is Jamie Caven and Robert Thornton who get off with their campaign in next match. A very Germanic looking Jamie Caven today. Oh, that's a very ice lolly type shirt that Jabba's wearing. Does like a bit of colour on the old shirts, does our Jamie. Well, this one is going to be swift. But will it be a long swift game? Because the first 2 games have been 7-leg deciders. Will we get a larger margin of victory here? Or will it be more of the same? Oh, this man yesterday, back into competitive action for the first time in 2021. Great to see him playing, and good for him to be winning as well. He won 4 games from 5. Topped the table for the day. And that'll do wonders for his early year confidence. There were some big highlights for Jamie Caven yesterday. Particularly the 141 checkout to beat Darryl Fitton in the last leg. And of course,
58.
a 157 checkout as well, which is the now second biggest checkout of the week, as we've seen a 161 from Barrie Bates this morning already. apologies for that technical glitch that we just experienced. But we are back now, and Robert Thornton is where he left off on 303 points. Jamie back at the Yucky now on 279.
58.
First leg of the contest, of course, best of 7 legs.
140.
And Robert looking to reverse yesterday's scoreline against Jamie, where Jabba got the 4-2 win, which guaranteed
140.
his place at the top of yesterday's table. But it's Robert who is the aggressor at the start of this one, as he looks at tops
42.
and only just misses out. Double 12. And
Darts.
Jamie Caven protects his throw extremely well in 17 darts to start this one off. And Jamie's looking pretty ominous at the start of this, looking to possibly keep that spot at the top of the weekly table intact. Robert yesterday came away with 6 points, which is 3 wins from 5.
100.
I suppose you'd have to ask him whether he's happy with that. He probably isn't. He demands a lot from himself.
100.
But the one win that got away yesterday for him was the game against Joe Davis. He did not play well in that game, and I think he would freely admit that. There's definitely an air of confidence around Jamie Caven today, and it's extremely good to see. You don't win what he's won
137.
within the PDC system. And of course before that, without having a touch of class.
91.
He's left himself on 170, looking to get back the biggest finish of the week maybe. But he has to get a chance at it first. And sensibly, Robert doesn't go double-double when Jamie's on a 170. Oh, almost sneaks it in the left corner of that treble 19 to leave double 18. But Robert on double 10 now. Trying to create the angle and is unable to convert, giving Jamie a second bite at the cherry in finishing this leg. And it's double 12 again. I think he thought that was in. That one isn't either, and Robert gets away with it, but only if he finds double 5. Double 2,
And 3.
and he's got it in 3. Like he said, well, it's a little bit of a jittery leg in the end. It could have been a lot better, but ultimately it's 1-1, and Robert Thornton has got his first leg of the day. Pressing on to leg number 3, Jamie will have the throw. And maybe one of the reasons why he's wearing this somewhat Germanic shirt is because exhibition-wise, he's always been very popular in Germany. And he's always been very good at making special edition shirts for exhibition tours, of which he's done in Europe and, of course, in
60.
North America and in Australasia as well. He's done a couple of tours down in Oz. But
100.
this shirt today I'm particularly drawn to because it reminds me of an old ice cream lolly that I used to fancy as a kid. But I think Robert fancies that shot. That was a beautiful use of the treble 20
60.
to get himself in the lead. And the thing for Robert this week so far that I've noticed is just a bit erratic. I mentioned that these two would probably benefit from getting a lot of repetitions this week, getting some game time, and that's where the consistency comes in. If you just stick to your process, stick to your task at hand, and Robert seems to be doing that very well. Averaging over 92 in this game so far.
43.
And he's looking for the first break on a bed that he's noted for hitting.
93.
And he does find it eventually. It's not plain sailing on tops this week for Robert Thornton. He's found it to take a 2-1 lead in this match. But if he's going to be crisper on it to get that confidence back, he's going to have to start finding it with darts 1 or 2. But it is 2-1 Thornton here. Yesterday he had lots of problems on tops. He was on double 10 way too much. And this is what I'm talking about with reps.
180.
The more reps he gets, the more dangerous he becomes. And with his second 180 of the match, he's starting to
56.
behave like a screwdriver and turning the screw. You
140.
can see from the facial expression of Thornton, he's just grinding so much.
140.
And Jamie Caven is a little bit more horizontal in his approach to the way he calls his scores and reacts to every situation. He doesn't have the tenacity on show. I'm sure he's got it within his body and his brain, but Robert is a bit more like a bulldog as he goes for double 14 and finds himself an 11 darter. I mentioned in the Darryl Fitton match that 11 that he had, it will be up to the other players to match it. Well, Robert Thornton has matched it, and he is starting to look very, very good in this one. 3-1 Thornton, and that 11 darter swells his average to 99.
60.
This has been an excellent response from Robert, who, with a win, will join Richie Burnett and Jamie Caven on 8 points. So it will tighten the race for the week. As for today, it's been 2 points for Joe Davis, 2 points for Burnett, and it's looking like
85.
2 points for Thornton at this stage. He's had a lot to build on in this match, especially in the last 3 legs. His first dart has been plumb.
25.
And has he hit Jamie Caven hard with enough to make him feel
135.
like this is too much for him to cope with? Well, Thornton for the second leg in a row has butchered the 60.
100.
And he's left 86 this time. For a second consecutive 11 darter. And he misses the 12 as well. That would have been some performance in the end. It still can be. If he finds double 4.
Come on.
I think you've just seen a little bit of gumption from Robert Thornton. I think he's setting his stall out today. A 4-1 win against the table topper from yesterday. That will do your confidence some good. And his average was well over 103. So watch out, Thornton's on the march. As we go into game 4, which is the return of Darryl Fitton to the hockey against Joe Davis. A winner in game 1. Players are ready for game number 4 as we approach the 1/3 mark of today's play. 15 matches in total, of course, but differing fortunes for these two in their first game of the day. Joe Davis with a nice settling 4-3 victory against Barrie, which was very, very difficult in the end. But it was the same scoreline for Darryl Fitton, but he came out as the defeated player. So things are tight for these two, and you get the feeling that in the weekly table, Darryl Fitton is going to have to get a move on, because currently he only has 2 points for the week, and he is currently 6 points adrift of 3 players on 8 points. So with that in mind, if he wants to challenge for that top spot, in every probability he may have to win maybe every game that he's got for the rest of today and most of them tomorrow to have any chance. Lose this game and the likelihood is he's going to have to play it on Thursday and Friday to try and get to Saturday's final.
134.
I talked about consistency in the last match between Caven and Thornton. I think there have been some good signs for Joe Davis both yesterday and today.
60.
But it's been a bit like a Richter scale. Up, then down, up, then down. If he can find a good level and stay there, there's every chance
58.
he could challenge for the top spot tomorrow. Well, everybody who's tuning in today, whether it's on your favoured bookmaker site and the viewers on YouTube via the Online Darts YouTube channel, thank you for
59.
spending your Tuesday morning with us, or indeed if you're tuning in from around the world, your Tuesday afternoon or evening, or even in the middle of the night, depending on where you're from. We did have some tweets yesterday from people in Australia.
97.
We've got regular viewers online today, the likes of Phil from WA and Gareth Lynham.
100.
So if you have any questions or any comments, please don't hesitate to get in touch with me at the Asset 180 or of course Modus Darts 180. Nice position for Darryl Fitton, providing that Joe does not find a very big shot out here. There's the lick of the finger, the pull of the shirt, there are the mannerisms. 619s would have left double 18. I like that route a lot.
99.
And he has left himself on the same number as Darryl Fitton. So it's a duel off on 51 for leg 1. First crack of the whip. Darryl Fitton, double 10.
31.
He cannot crack the whip to a leg 1 victory. Joe Davis tries a different route and is also unsuccessful. Just a few extra seconds for Darryl to compose before going for the double 10. In the 4 o'clock position on the dartboard, but double 5.
No score.
That hits the 12 and busts the score. He will fully expect Joe Davis to take this double 4 now, which he does in the top corner. So I always say, always be good, but if you can't be good, be a little bit fortunate. And Joe there taking advantage of misses from Darryl, so he has got his back against the wall once again. He's actually got his back against the wall, literally.
91.
Lots of food for thought after yesterday's play for Darryl, who started well with a 4-1 victory against Barrie Bates, but it just didn't happen after that. I mentioned earlier when Darryl was playing against
60.
Richie Burnett that 2 games yesterday he was 3-0 up. Actually 3-0 down, I beg your pardon. And he brought it back to 3-3 to ultimately lose the match 4-3. One of those was against Joe Davis,
30.
who got a particularly hot start. Then Darryl was excellent in pegging him back. But in the end, Joe found too much in the last leg. This is better.
180.
And you just get the feeling with Darryl's mannerisms at the minute, he's just a bit lost. Sometimes he makes that visit look so simple, and he's wondering why he can't replicate it
98.
with every visit. Even with that maximum, he couldn't get to a finish. And Joe Davis will have a crack at a very doable out to try and take a 2-0 lead. Great adjustment.
83.
He leaves himself on 123 and will get a shot at it now.
80.
Joe leaves himself handy. This is not an easy out. And it is now an impossible out. And if he has missed his line,
31.
it has been to the right of his target. And that last start was an overcorrection. So, food for thought when it comes to Darryl Fitton's game, but it's a 2-0 lead for Joe Davis in this one. Mirrored from yesterday where he took a 3-0 lead. Can he do it again? And will we be in for another 7-leg thriller like yesterday? If Joe Davis does break the throw here, it will feel a bit like deja vu.
'84.
Just wonder what's going through the mind of Darryl when he's showing tiny signs of frustration in this match.
134.
Had another tweet from Sean Evans, 073 on Twitter. Thanks for tuning in again today, Sean. I hope you're enjoying the darts.
140.
You're absolutely right in your tweet about Robert Thornton. He looked good today. It'll be interesting to see what he does for the rest of Tuesday. Could be
96.
a very, very strong horse in positioning himself for tomorrow's final day of the group. This is an interesting number now. With Darryl Fitton on a finish, most professionals would go 19s first on 271 for a very good reason. Because they want to score 171 to leave the 2-darter. And exactly that has happened for Joe Davis. That is, without a doubt for me, his best visit of the day so far. Tactically perfect, execution bang on. Well, what does Darryl want to do here?
97.
He wants to guarantee tops, but not until he has a little shuffle to the right, because the last thing he wants to do is hit that flight and somehow career into the 60 to bust a very big score. Joe Davis can't take 100 now, and after the brilliant visit previously, he will have to rely on more misses from Fitton if he is to get a 3-0 lead for the second day running. That hasn't happened, and Darryl Fitton has found himself arresting that trend of losing 3 legs in a row to Joe Davis at the start of a match. So it is 2-1 to Davis. He put a little finger to his head there as if to say, don't be hitting a 1 on 100. You don't want to do that. Darts can be a bit like batting your head against the wall sometimes, because
120.
that's very unlucky. Because when you think you've cracked this game, something else will come up and bite you. It's a constant challenge, and Darryl Fitton all of a sudden is
139.
starting to warm to the challenge. The Joe Davis average is 10 better than that of Darryl's at 95.
100.
Joe Davis is 24 years of age. Of course, lost in the World Youth Championship final
34.
to Bradley Brooks in Coventry at the back end of last year. It was a fine run to the final for Joe, taking out some excellent players. Everybody knows he's got prodigious talent, but no one's going to hit those 60s for you. You've got to go and do it yourself.
140.
And Darryl is hitting them now a bit more regularly than he was earlier in the match. His average now has crept up towards 91.
89.
That is really intelligent from Joe Davis, using the bullseye on the last start. It's not just because the 25 would have left 160, but it's because the bullseye left something better if he gets a shot, which he doesn't. And that is another 11 darter for today. That's, by my count, the third one that we've had. Second one from Darryl Fitton. If he can start staying hot, he could be too hot to handle for Joe Davis in this one. It's 2-2, and a very different game to yesterday. When you play someone 3 days in a row, you cannot expect all 3 games to be the same. It's impossible. Even if you beat someone 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, every game will feel different. You could beat someone on a Monday and play astoundingly well. You could beat someone 4-0 on a Tuesday and feel awful and just scrape your way through every leg. That's the beauty of
100.
the game of darts. It may seem very repetitive, and we want the actions of the players to feel repetitive, but games of darts are like fingerprints. Every single one of them is different. Just had a nice tweet from Jack on Twitter, who was recommended the Online Darts YouTube channel and was pleasantly surprised to hear my voice.
60.
I'm very much taken aback by that compliment, so thank you very much, Jack. It's nice to be here and nice to have you tuning in. Darryl Fitton has already delivered one more dart than he did in the last leg. And he is still 235 points away.
96.
Joe's played steadily in this game, and the legs he's lost have been because of Darryl Fitton's brilliance. Is he about to have more of that brilliance? Options from this number here.
140.
But he stayed aggressive and got himself into 2-dart range. A lot of people might have gone for the 25 or the bull on the last dart.
60.
And Joe is starting to fall behind in this contest. 76 remain. Now only double 8 separates him from leg 5.
79.
Not quite wide by a good 1.5 centimetres. But this is a difficult out. 60 bull. And only just misses out on the lipstick for a shot at the centre button. To be in the lead for the first time in this match, Darryl needs double 4. 2 twos. And he finds the Desmond double. And after being 2-0 down in this one, Darryl Fitton has fought his way back into this. Very much like he did against Joe Davis yesterday. But this time, he's got the lead and the chance to win it. It's never a good feeling when you've taken the lead. Got yourself a really good start to a match, especially in a short format game like this. And all of a sudden the game feels very different about 7 or 8 minutes later. Now he has to win the last 2 legs to get 2 more points. There are no players currently on 10 points. So if Joe Davis somehow can find the win from here, he would be the first player to 10 points. He would be the new weekly leader. But is Darryl Fitton on the comeback trail?
140.
Not just in this match. He's already done the comeback. But is he on the comeback trail when it comes to the points table? This is better from Joe.
140.
That barrel that he uses has got a lot of swerves in it. Very similar to an old dart that Scott Waits used to use.
$91.
Sensible use of the switch from Darryl to leave 130 for the game to get only his 2nd win of the week. His first win was against Barrie Bates in match 1 yesterday. This is his 2nd game of the day. Will it be his 2nd win of this week? Only if he finds 60 bull. And he has found it. We just paused to see whether he had hit the 60. There was no doubt about that bullseye though, was there? He lost the first 2 legs. He won the next 4 and he finishes it in style. Fitton with his 2nd win of the week and his 1st win of today. The next one, it's Barrie Bates against Robert Thornton. The slightly smaller statured players. They will go battle next. Time now for Wales against Scotland. And Robert Thornton will be looking to continue what he has done already today with a very impressive 4-1 victory over Jamie Caven. Even though Barrie Bates lost his first match today against Joe Davis, he played a lot better in that game than he did at the back end of yesterday's play. So something to build on for Barrie. Currently, Barrie for the week is on 2 points and minus 13 in the leg difference. So if he has any hope of potentially topping this group after tomorrow, he's going to need more of that. To take on a very spirited Robert Thornton today, he's going to need a very tidy game as Barrie. And this is very tidy so far. And darts is very unpredictable sometimes. And after the way that Barrie ended his campaign yesterday, in obvious discomfort with something, you look at the fixtures today and think, well, maybe Barry's going to be the kind of player that people will target for an easy 2 points. Well, Barrie is doing the exact opposite of laying down and relaxing. He is throwing back at his opponents. And this is a great start. But he has to find double top with one dart, because Robert Thornton is in there for 10 and tops to take an early break. And that's exactly what he does. You just get the feeling that Robert Thornton is warmed up really, really well this morning. And he has got the early break against a very dangerous looking early competitor here in Barrie Bates. 1-0 to Thornton. He's looking very, very sharp. 14 darter there for Thornton. And if he plays with this intensity and this rhythm, he will win today. That is my opinion. But there's a long way to go. This is match number 5 of 15. And today we've seen a win for Joe Davis, seen a win for Richie Burnett, a win for Darryl Fitton now, and a win for Thornton. The only people not to get a win are this guy here and Jamie Caven. Jamie will return against Richie Burnett in the next match, which could be, let's hope, as good as their match from yesterday. It was 4-2 to Caven on that occasion, and it was very, very easy on the eye. In position to leave a finish is Robert, but Barrie makes the tactical error on 2-6-2. Had to go 18s after missing the 60 with dart 1. Robert doesn't make that mistake. He gets the 60 and makes things a little bit easier for himself. He will start 18s when he returns. Four 18s for Bull. Stay on the 18s to try and lead double 16, and fails to do that, but he's come down a peg here, has Robert. And that's an ideal dart for him, because the 5 leaves 99 with 2 darts left for Barrie. And everybody knows you can't do that. Not on this dart board anyway. 68. 8 for tops. It's the Robert Thornton route. And he's just wired the tops for 2-0. They're not hanging around, are they? They're getting on with it. Double 8. Barrie has had 2 shots at a double unexpectedly in this game. This leg, sorry. Thornton should use that. Beautifully used. You saw the way the dart was just lying just above that top wire. He wasn't looking at the target. He's looking at the dart. As soon as you hit the dart, well thrown, in she goes. 2-0 Thornton. So far in this day's play, it's Thornton who is showing the most mettle, but Barrie Bates gets his second 180 of the match. The last time he got one, it was on his throw in leg 1, and he still lost the leg. So he has to somehow back up these scores a little bit more. Yeah, that's not a bad backup shot. Just had a nice message from Juanita McDade down in Australia saying that she's not very well today, but she's watching the darts to make herself feel better. Well, get well soon, Juanita. We are glad of your company, that's for sure. Great leg from Barrie, leaving 135 after 9. He doesn't have company in the finishing zone though. And that's why Barrie went 61st on the 135. Sensibly utilising the approach to give himself 3 clean darts at tops to get his first leg of the contest. And all of a sudden he's under all sorts of pressure. Can't miss this, Barrie. But he does. He can't use the guide the way that Robert did in the previous leg, and it's bad news for Barrie Bates. But Robert gives him the extra chance. Can he find it this time? He's getting closer, but not close enough. Maybe the dart was too flat. And Robert Thornton takes a 3-0 lead in this one. Not just good darts from Robert, but he's taking advantage of misses from Barrie Bates. And he is looking like a very, very good contender to take the lead at the top of the weekly table on 10 points after this. If Robert is going to continue to stay positive, he's got to stop feeling so negative after those mediocre visits. But it's just what Robert does. He expects so much from himself that if he doesn't perform, you will know about it. There's nothing wrong with being a bad loser in this game. But it's how you respond to that, which is how you are judged. And maybe Robert Thornton has been judged and come back better than most in this great game over the last 20 years. Back in 2011, his life was in danger due to pneumonia. He came back from that, said, I'm not going anywhere. And then what did he do the next season? He won the UK Open in one of the best UK Open runs ever because of the level of competition that he came through. Well, he's made short work of Barrie Bates in this one. And he will get a look at the 56 to finish the job. Averaging around 88. And that is good enough against Barrie here. To finish game 5, to rack up 4 points after 2 games, Robert Thornton needs tops. And as far as Robert is concerned, on that double, they are 2 very, very big misses. Barrie thinks the game is up. He might be right. He is incorrect. Just a bit scrappy at the end of the fourth leg here as Barrie gets one chance. 62. It is Barrie. 12 in bull. But you've got to get the 12. Can't be greedy. You've got to get the single. Go for the fat portion of the single to guarantee the shot. And he did not get any shot at all. Robert Thornton gets a shot and takes it on double two. It is a 4-0 victory for Robert. It was good at times, but ultimately it was just the win in the end. So it is 2 points and a swollen leg difference after a 4-0 scoreline. All good Robert Thornton. So we'll take a short break. We'll come back with Richie Burnett and Jamie Caven in the next match. Should be a belter. Well, after that very short break, we're back. And Richie Burnett will now take on Jamie Caven as the weekly table starts to intensify. Robert Thornton with 2 wins out of 2 today. Wins over Jamie Caven, who's looking for a bounce back in this one. And just now a 4-0 scoreline against Barrie Bates. That now takes Robert Thornton to the top of the weekly table on 10 points on his own. And the chasing pack includes Joe Davis, Burnett and Caven all on 8 points. So with that in mind, this is a very big game. Yesterday it was Jamie who came out the victor, 4 legs to 2 in one of the most entertaining games of the day. And as we inch towards the halfway point of today's action,
140.
there are no excuses for the players not to be warmed up now. You wouldn't really want to be Darryl Fitton in the next match because he's taking on Thornton after this. And Thornton's got his tail up. And I've had a nice tweet from John Purcell, who has said, can I give a shout out to his friend Simon Malpass, who's been watching all the way through. He's a very big Richie Burnett fan. So I wonder who Simon is going to be shouting for in this one. I wonder.
140.
I'll be happy with that visit, as will Richie. And that 60's getting a bit of a tasering in this match. Caven with a beautiful scoring leg, leaving 130 after 9. Well, he doesn't want to switch, but what a dart that is. I'm not entirely sure how he found that section of the 60. Can Jamie glance one over the top? What a dart. He's got that from the right hand side of the oche.
105.
But he hasn't got the bull. Tremendous attempt there from Jamie. Richie just triple checking that he's got 104 left. He hasn't got 104 left anymore. He's got 80.
44.
And now 60 with Jamie Caven looking at a first leg break of throw on double 8. Oh, it's a lovely dart. It really, really is. Bottom half of the bed when the top half is covered with that dart skewing to the right. And that is a tidy 15 dart start there for Jamie Caven. Just having a bit of a chat with some of our backroom staff today, who are working really hard in bringing this production to you with MODUS Sports. We have some great people working on this production, including Richard Ashdown, who has kindly reminded me of my love for the word mojo. Well, there's a bit of mojo in that playing room today, mostly with Robert Thornton, of course, but whenever Richie and Jamie are around, there's a bit of mojo to share. But you don't want to share those troubles. You want to take them all for yourself. This, in singles at least, is a very selfish sport.
84.
You have to have a degree of selfishness to be able to be great at this game. It's been a very long time since
100.
Richie Burnett got himself a title. I remember being at a German venue
95.
a few years ago where he lost in the final to Mark Webster. That was Mark Webster's only PDC title. And then on the next day,
105.
Richie Burnett lost in the final again to Simon Whitlock. So Bad Nauheim a few years ago was bad for Richie because he couldn't pick up the win out of 2 finals. But he can pick up leg 2 if he hits tops. Oh, look at that. Heartbreaking glance away from the bed. And Jamie Caven wants to make him feel worse. And he might. If he finds double 11. Oh, and he just kisses the wrong side of the wire. Richie has dodged a little bullet there. And he's looking for the break back. Same department on tops. Change the window. And he's kissed the wire again. Caven fortunate to get this extra shot at double 11. And he doubles his lead. And he has a 2-leg gap, which is what he finished with yesterday against Richie. Can he do enough from legs 3 and onwards to get himself his first 2 points of the day? Sport can be cruel sometimes. On a different day, you might have seen Richie Burnett take one of those shots at tops and tens, but he has taken his first 180 of the match. Jamie looking to back it up, and he does. Whatever Richie is capable of, Jamie seems to be more than willing to back his ability and equalise. Sometimes in darts it's like that. No matter what you do, your opponent has the answer.
98.
Yesterday, Caven did have the answers, being the best player of the day, but he didn't have the answer to Thornton earlier, who has only lost 1 leg today.
134.
Now where does he go here? Surely 19s. Sensible. He'd much rather have 1-2-4 than 1-2-3. If you want me to explain why, I might be here a while. Well, Richie Burnett not going 18s first.
Well,
That's curious. That's got me puzzled. He's robbed himself of the chance of a shot of the bull. Could he be made to look a fool? The answer is no.
44.
Maybe Jamie was a bit flummoxed as to why Richie negated the option of the 18s first on the 128. It will all be forgotten if he finds double 14 or double 7. Nope, it's not in, Richie. I guarantee you that. That one is. Great shot. And it has to be said, the two shots at double 14, one sprayed to the left, one to the right. They weren't great shots, but ultimately the visit was successful and he's got himself in this match with his first leg, in leg 3. Still with the break in hand, Caven will look to accelerate from here.
60.
It hasn't been a problem for Burnett over the years, the scoring element. You get the feeling that the finishing part of this game has been a little bit of a nemesis to him. It has been a bit edgy at times. There's more evidence of that scoring prowess. And you can see that the dart of Caven is a lot more bulbous. There's a lot more width to the barrel than that of Richie Burnett. So the probability of 180s for this man is greater. And there is another one. His second of the contest. He takes the lead in that statistic. But even with thicker barrels,
92.
with accuracy, you can still get maximums. Just look at someone like Simon Whitlock in his early days. He could hit a lot of maximums with a thick barrel. And no problem whatsoever on the double 16 as he does double check to find out if that one's in. It is 2-2 and it is a fourth 11 darter of the day. The standard has definitely gone up on Tuesday from Monday. These guys are starting to settle, I get the feeling. So let's go into leg number 5. .97.8 average so far for Richie. Jamie on a respectable 88, but he has seen his 2-0 lead withered. Has to start from scratch, but he's fresh in the knowledge, knowing that he can defeat Burnett 2 legs in a row like earlier. But the problem is Burnett is starting to fire in a big, big way.
140.
Burnett responsible for the only 100 average that we got yesterday, but he has company in that respect now because Thornton averaged 103 earlier. That was against Jamie. So
140.
Jamie's entitled to think that everybody's turning up against him today. Not to be for Jamie. He's not going to get a finish from 221. So Burnett is looking for 3 legs in a row. On this occasion, not going for the 18s was the right thing to do, but Richie is devastated that he didn't get a treble there.
96.
Jamie gets one, but it might be too late. All depends on this guy right here who's looking to get the break and the lead on double 8. Chance for Caven. This happened earlier with Burnett failing to get the double. Can Caven steal it? Yes, he can. The ultimate opportunist. That is Jamie Caven. 2-0 up. 2-2. Now he's 3-2 ahead. This topsy-turvy match. continues, and Caven is looking to potentially win this 4-2 for the second day in a row. Look at Burnett in the background. He is absolutely seething.
400.
I'm sure his fans are too. But when you let the leg slip like that, it hurts. It physically hurts. I know it's a non-contact sport,
45.
but there's this empty feeling in your chest and your stomach when a leg is pinched away from you, when you've missed darts at double.
44.
I'd love to know the physiological sensations or the physiological facts about that. Because all of a sudden this game has been turned on its head in leg 5.
39.
There's a fair bit of movement in the Jamie Caven throw. You can see that the head goes up and down a bit. There's a bit of lateral movement in the body as well. It's all about timing his throw.
58.
From a fundamental perspective, Richie has the better technique, but in this one, you would say that maybe Jamie's got the stronger mind.
139.
He's also got the better position. No matter what Richie does from here, he can't leave a finish. But again, he careers into the wrong bed. He's got himself within one dart of Jamie, who's looking to leave tops potentially.
98.
Oh, it's a great last dart. Takes all the pressure away of the 3 dart, and now he's assured in most circumstances of having a match dart or maybe 2. It was 2 to Caven, 2 to Burnett. Now is it 2 to Caven? Oh yes it is. What a way to finish things off. Jamie Caven for the second day in a row wins 4 legs to 2, and that gets him back in the weekly running and of course the daily running with his first win from 2 games. Going on to game number 7, it's Thornton against Fitton, and this won't be dull, I assure you. 11 local time in the United Kingdom, and we now progress to match number 7. Robert Thornton, who is undefeated today, the only undefeated player now, with Richie Burnett losing that last match to Jamie Caven. So is this going to be Robert's day as he looks to try and bolster his position at the top of the weekly table? He now has company on 10 points for the week in the shape of Jabba, but his leg difference is much better. Definitely by virtue of what he has done today. Robert has only lost 1 solitary leg against Jamie Caven earlier. He then lost no legs against Barrie Bates. So a tidy win here against Fitton would not only bolster his position for the week and possibly the chance of winning Group A, but potentially
135.
confining Darryl Fitton to the basement portion of the weekly table as well, because Darryl has only got
76.
a small amount of points and is really starting to get in a desperate need for more. He did, however, win his last game
133.
4 legs to 2 against Joe Davis after being 2-0 down. So he is on the up.
$59.
Today Robert has been
97.
showing marked improvement on yesterday. It's been difficult for someone like Robert, who has played on the professional circuit now for the best part of 15 years.
100.
And he's been a PDC professional from 2008 until the end of last year. He's looking at double 13
20.
to finish the first leg, and that would have been a 12 darter. I'm not really sure why he went for the second 60 for double 13 there. That was not on a finish. But maybe he's feeling a little bit daring today, and why not?
39.
Double 13 again. That's in the way. It has to go
And
top portion, or you could just hit the middle, just like he has done there. More evidence that Robert Thornton is a force to be reckoned with today. The thorn is definitely a thorn in everybody's side. Doesn't want to lose any legs whatsoever. Tidy hold from Robert. Another 14 dart leg for him. And that's exactly how he started his last match. So
26.
is he about to do exactly what he did against Barrie Bates? Like I was saying about Robert,
150.
2008 was his first year as a PDC professional. He picked up the first title of his illustrious career that year in Australia, but has been playing 12 consecutive years with the PDC up until this year, where he has not got a card. He has already spoken to publications about his want to get back to the tour. He has 2 options, of course. One is to get there via the Challenge Tour Order of Merit when that comes back.
95.
The other one is to get through Q School in 2022. He does not want to retire yet. And I, for one, am very glad about that, because Robert is a fantastic player and great company. As for Darryl, he has not participated
96.
as a full-time PDC professional. Most of his darts were played in WDF and BDO competitions, with the exception of a few Grand Slams. And of course, some dual-sanctioned events like the International Darts League and the World Darts Trophy.
26.
Bit of a slip there from Darryl, offers Robert Thornton the chance to finish the 142. And again he goes for the double dip on the 60.
90.
Can Darryl find his way to double 12? Yes, he can. Can he hit double 12?
66.
Different answer. Does Robert find tops? Well, he's starting to get better, and alarmingly for the rest of the field, he's starting to become very consistent as well. Problems for the field as the Thorn has his tail up. 2-0 up on Darryl Fitton.
$100.
When you rack up the amount of titles that Robert Thornton has delivered at different periods in his career, it's impossible not to look at him as an all-time great. He's won the biggest tournament in the world, that is double start. He's won one of the most difficult tournaments in the world to win, the UK Open. He's won the World Masters, one of the most worldwide events amongst all of the PDC titles. And
60.
it's a nice segue for that World Masters, because who did he beat in the final? Darryl Fitton.
140.
And he's looking like he might get the win in this one, because the average is again above 103. Yesterday, it was one of those games where Fitton was 3-0 down. He came back to 3-3, but Robert got it in the end. 78 left. Line up tops again.
41.
That's what he does. You could easily say that Darryl can do exactly what he did yesterday by going 3-0 down and, yeah, can bring it back to 3-3, and he can. He absolutely can. The problem is, Robert's playing better today.
And 2.
Just 2 words required for leg 3 in 2. And the average climbs once more towards 104. He is the best player by some way today. Will he win this one 4-0 to back up his previous 4-0 victory over Barrie Bates? You can sense a little bit of frustration in Darryl. He worked so hard in his last win against Joe Davis.
85.
So hard. And just when you think things have turned for him, he walks into Robert Thornton in this form. And based on what Robert has delivered so far in this match, you get the feeling if he can complete
140.
in 5 visits, that will be that. This is better.
121.
You know that Darryl wanted more than 121 there.
123.
Well, if it's a game of beat the score, that's 1-0 to Robert Thornton. He beats him by 2 points. But the key thing is he gets to a finish, and he's looking to finish the job.
56.
Highest finish of the day was a 161 from Barrie Bates in match number 1. We're not going to see the 153, but 74 left. And he has left 32. It's an exceptional leg. And Darryl Fitton needs to take the biggest finish of all just to stay in the match. He can find another. He has taken a 170
35.
at the Lakeside before. The last time we were there, in fact. But this match has all been about Robert.
And 3.
And he finds it in 3 this time. Another 4-0 for Robert Thornton. It's good for the daily table, but it's even more important for the weekly table. He is now 2 points clear at the top of the table. The next game is the sandwich game. Game number 8, right in the middle of the schedule, and it's Joe Davis against Richie Burnett, who's looking to respond after losing to Jamie Caven. Welcome back to the Modus Live League darts here. And Richie Burnett is returning to the hockey to face Joe Davis on this occasion. And he hasn't had a great deal of time to recover from the 4-2 loss to Jamie Caven. And that is purely because Robert Thornton was so good in the last match by winning 4-0. And that is Robert's second 100 average of the day so far. He produced the exact same average that Richie Burnett provided yesterday against Joe Davis. 100.2. 60 darts without reply. You get the feeling that if Richie was to post that same number, it may be too strong for Joe, but time will tell.
100.
The weekly table is starting to take a little bit of shape. And the pressure is firmly on Joe now in
60.
the weekly table because he is now 4 points adrift of Robert Thornton. And his leg difference is well adrift of Robert Thornton as well. 11 legs between them. So what Robert is doing today is key, not just from a points perspective, but he's putting distance between himself and all of the players in that leg difference column by quite some way. Currently on 12 points and plus 12 for the week, Robert Thornton. His closest pursuer is Caven on 10 points and plus 5. So you get the feeling that Robert is now the heavy favourite to win the week. Oh, well, win Group A anyway. Richie getting frustrated constantly with the bounces into the ones. If he sticks to his task, he's going to make things difficult for Joe. He's a visit behind here. But too often that first start is finding the small 20. If you can find 6 19s on the end of it though, it's all well and good. That's a lovely visit. I absolutely adore that switch. Especially with the way that Joe's darts sit in the board. I think that was a superbly intelligent visit. Richie comes up dry of trebles. And Joe to finish the job on tops. Bit tricky now. Has to go to the left of the hockey. And he's very unfortunate not to find the bed. Burnett checking his score. Close up. 89. 20. For the ball. Oh, that's a thing of beauty, isn't it? Everybody loves a bull finish. But there's that definitive sound, isn't there? When you hit the bullseye. Just pop. Well, he's popped his way to 1-0, has Richie Burnett. If you don't know what I'm talking about, why don't you go out and buy yourself a Winmau Blade 5. The best dartboard, without doubt. And when you hit that bullseye without any wire, just listen for the sound. It's just a lovely, tiny echo when you hit it. There's not one player on the planet who doesn't still get a little bit of pleasure from a lovely, clean bullseye like that.
Oh.
Both players are on 8 points for the week. So they're both in pursuit of Robert Thornton, who is currently 4 points ahead of them. And the more we go into today and tomorrow, which will see the last day of Group A and these players, the picture for the group winner will become very, very clear. As far as the daily table is concerned, Joe Davis has 2 points, as does Burnett. But their leg difference is identical.
180.
Great stuff from Davis. And he was only unable to take that first leg after some excellent darts because of the brilliance of Burnett. But you have to say that he did have the chance and it did go begging. Can he get the shot of the bull was going to be what I would say.
59.
He does not get the shot at the bull. And Burnett is looking for 136. It's a gorgeous approach. 3 really well delivered darts. Double 16 to equalise.
52.
And the pressure could be snowballing if Burnett finds double 18. Beautifully done. That is Richie Burnett at his best, because when he's missing by the thickness of a wire. He's playing very well in this match, and he is 2-0 up on Joe Davis, who is starting to fall behind the lead horses. See in the background Richie just taking a breath there. Well, one thing you might not know about Richie Burnett in our section of today, where I come up with a mindless fact, is how good a swimmer Richie Burnett is. I remember being at the Maritime Hotel in Dusseldorf, where they have a beautiful pool. Just sitting on the side, enjoying the tranquility, and in comes Richie Burnett in his trunks. And I kid you not, when he was in the water, he was like a fish. Effortless from top to bottom. And I thought at that moment, well, there's one thing I didn't know about Richie Burnett. Silky smooth through the water. Not so silky smooth on the hockey, but ever so exciting. It's a decent visit for Richie from that position. I know he didn't want that 5, but ultimately, if he got 15 more, he was on a bogey number anyway.
58.
So you might as well be on 177. It's the same as 162, really. 2 trebles and a single to leave the double. Oh, that was not what the doctor ordered, though. Joe Davis is not out of this leg. But if he keeps failing to find the trebles, his chances of topping this group are diminishing by the game. 87 left. Now only 36. Oh, fine try. To get a 3-0 lead against an opponent that he beat 4-0 yesterday. Joe Davis is finding it very difficult to get even one leg from the Prince of Wales.
58.
This would definitely help Richie Burnett's leg difference. He's 3-0 up now, and when you're so far behind Robert Thornton on the leg difference, what you need is a 4-0. You need your 4th 4-0 of the week so far. And he's very close to doing that. Yesterday it was a 4-0 over Barrie Bates, a 4-0 over Joe Davis, and of course a 4-0 against Darryl Fitton to finish his campaign for the day. If he can get his 4th 4-0, his leg difference for the week will take him to plus 11,
42.
only 1 leg behind Robert Thornton. But he will be vitally 2 points behind. Somewhat vitally today, the way that Richie's playing here, and the way that Robert has been playing, Robert and Richie will go head to head in our penultimate match of today's play. That could be, for my picking, the match of the session. Oh, Burnett is improving. Even with that scorpion kick follow through, he finds himself in a fabulous position to finish this job by 4-0 for the second day running. Double 18 again. Absolutely glorious from Richie Burnett, who does not lose legs against Joe Davis. I wonder what's going to happen with those two when they play each other tomorrow. Joe has a score to settle, but the weekly score is 2-0 to Richie Burnett, and his scoreline there was 4-0. He is firmly in the weekly and daily race. Going into match number 9, Jamie Caven against Barrie Bates. That's what's up next. Welcome back. It's time for match number 9 of the day. Jamie Caven looking to keep the pace with the rest of the field. So far today, Barrie Bates has picked up 0 points. But it has to be said, he has improved his level of play from yesterday. I think Barrie already knows that he's not going to be winning Group A, because people have stretched their advantage beyond what he can hurdle over the coming session and a half. As for Jamie, he is more than in the race, and if he can find a decent win against Barrie here, he will keep pace with Robert Thornton on 12 points.
40.
But he does have a bit of a gap to bridge on the leg difference. He's currently 7 adrift.
47, 52.
Richie Burnett, though, has shown exactly what you need to do. And that's to win 4-0. and play really, really well. Well, Barrie Bates has come out of the traps here a little bit. His first 180 of this game has given him a shot at 140
60.
to finish the leg. Can he? Possibly. Yes, Barrie, it's in. That one isn't.
126.
I think he was just a bit out of rhythm, off balance a bit. And Jamie's got 20 ball. Might go treble here because the bull is obscured.
70.
Not able to find the bullseye after the single 20. So Barrie Bates to take the first leg and has done so in 16 darts on double 7. That's a really good response from Barrie. It's not been his day and a half, but he is causing problems for Jamie early on. I always like it when a player is put against the wall and they're said to be past their best,
98.
and then they come back and prove that they've still got capability. And that's exactly what Barrie has done so far today. This is much better from him. As far as the daily table is concerned, Jamie is playing his third game of the day. He's picked up 1 win and 1 loss. His leg difference for the day is -1. Barrie has 0 points for a leg difference of -5.
40.
But it's going to take some going to stop Thornton today, who's on 6 points and +11.
100.
We keep a tally on both the daily table and the weekly table, of course. If you have had a bit of a flutter on the daily champion, or indeed the weekly one, or this game, please do so in a
9.
responsible manner. Bates is in the slightly better position here. Unless Caven finds another one of those, which he does for double 12. Not the first big finish that he has taken out this week. He's had a 141. He's had a 157. Now he's got the 144 to check that off the list. It's 1-1. Absolutely sublime from Jamie. And he is noted for shots like that. I've attended some of his exhibitions, and some of the performances he's put together at those exhibitions are quite astronomical.
46.
He's very popular on the exhibition circuit as Jamie, because he's very good with people.
29.
Very amiable guy, incredibly friendly, loves a joke, loves to talk about the lighter side of life. He is one of my favourite people. He was very
58.
instrumental in my success at the start of my career, because he invited me to stay at his own home in Derby with his wife Debs and their lovely dogs, and of course their children, and they
90.
made me feel like one of their own and gave me a lot of encouragement and sustenance, and I credit a lot of my success to them when I was younger,
121.
and it's something I'll never forget. Got to get the treble really for any sort of pressure on the 111 that Barrie has remaining after 12 darts. And this has been a tidy leg from Barrie. Tops.
91.
Can Jamie Caven find a 153 on top of a 144? Not on this occasion. And they're both playing at around an 87 average currently. But it's Bates who has a shot at double five and squanders the chance. This is a big moment. Caven looking to finish Bates off in leg 3 with one dart to double at tops.
49.
The line was spot on. It just dipped a little bit at the end.
Yep.
Nothing dipped there. He's just dipping his bread in the ketchup. 2-1 to Barrie Bates, and he is causing problems for Jamie Caven all of a sudden. I think a lot of people might have thought that Jamie would steamroll this one, but not the case. It's almost a high-pitched voice that Barrie has when he says his scores. It's a very harmless way of saying your scores. When you're playing against Barrie, you don't want to be hearing
45.
anything like 140. You'd much rather hear 45. But Jamie's got to be really aggressive here.
140.
And that's exactly what he's just done. Now let's pay attention to see what Jamie Caven does from 302. He's going to be behind on the scorecard, so it should be 18s. Can't leave a finish.
46.
If you don't get the treble 20 or a treble 19, you cannot leave a finish.
60.
If you get the single on your first start on 302. I'm very surprised that Jamie didn't go that route for the 18s first, because the single 18 still gives you options.
134.
However, he is first to the finish. And he's the man with the arrows in his hand, so he knows best.
100.
Tight moment coming up. It could be 2-2, could be 3-1. Not quite on the second dart. Jamie thought it had a chance. And that one has skewed into the single 1, which offers Barrie Bates a huge opportunity to possibly get tops on a 96 out, and he's doubled it. Barrie Bates on the double has got a 3-1 lead, and shades of that semi-final in the World Cup where he hit tops to get victory in that semi. But this one is not over yet. It's 3-1 Bates going into leg 5. Jamie's going to start thinking, what is it about playing Barrie this week? Because the only victory that Barrie has had all week was against Jamie. That was 4-3 yesterday.
121.
Maybe this is the time of day where Barrie feels at his best. That nice mix of enough practice and enough energy left in the tank. But if Barrie wins this, he's going to scupper the chances of Jabba winning this group. Make no mistake. Don't count Jamie out though. But that is such a great 140. The last dart was delivered with such accuracy. And Bates, from here, should get a match dart.
45.
It's going to be bad for Jamie's points total and leg difference if Barrie delivers tops. Oh, but it was just too short. Clattered into the flight. And Caven has the bull. 45 remain, so 13 for double 16. And the chance
17.
has gone. Bates to finish. Last dart in hand.
10.
4 darts have been missed for this match, and somehow Jamie Caven is still swimming. Double 2.
3
Oh, it's a great shot in the end. A great shot, really, to stay in the match. Now, how does Barrie Bates react to missing 4 match darts? The only way to find out is to now watch leg number 6. Averages aren't massive, but at times Barrie has played fabulously well. And I mentioned that World Cup back in 2010, where he partnered Mark Webster in defeating myself and Simon Whitlock in the semi-finals. That was entirely my fault. I shouldn't have missed double top and double 10 before the last leg shootout. But ultimately, they lost in the final to Raymond van Barneveld and Koos Stompe of the Netherlands.
44.
Seems like such a long time ago, playing at the Rainton Meadows Arena up in Houghton-le-Spring near Sunderland.
60.
Caven has still got problems here. A deficit, not just in the leg count, but in the score in this 6th leg as well. That deficit remains. It's actually getting wider. He's not going to leave a finish from 275 as well.
55.
So maybe the writing is on the wall for a second time. Still possible. 60 for double 18.
45.
I mentioned that semi-final against Australia. The shot that I missed to beat them was 56. Barrie Bates to get the 56 and the win. 6 darts have been missed for the match in 2 different legs. How is Jamie Caven surviving this?
40.
He may not survive as Barrie looks at match dart number 7.
Yeah, give me my.
And there it is, looking for some number 7. And Barrie Bates likes to play against Jamie Caven this week. He gets a second victory over him. I don't think Jamie's too happy to play against Barrie this week. He'll try and settle that score tomorrow. But as we move into the latter part of today's session, it's now Robert Thornton looking to get more points on the weekly board against Joe Davis. welcome back to game number 10 of today's MODUS Live League. And Robert Thornton has proved to be the unstoppable force today, winning 3 games from 3. He has this game here, and he will finish his campaign for the day against Richie Burnett, which could prove to be a pivotal match in Group A. Thornton is top of the weekly table currently on 12 points. He could finish the day on 16. And if he does that, that might be too much for people to catch. It could come down to Joe putting in a performance here. He was currently on 8 points.
100.
Based on the way that Robert's played today so far, you have to have Robert as the favourite.
60.
Well, we've just passed the 12 noon time here in the UK. And of course, a minute's silence has been observed by the country
57.
because it is 1 year since the start of lockdown 2020. And in the last 12 months, it has been exceptionally difficult for a lot of people. And a lot of lives have been lost to COVID-19. So everybody at MODUS Sports and all of our sponsors and partners would like to thank all of the key workers, the
100.
National Health Service, and all of the people who are no longer with us will forever be remembered.
100.
Well, we hope in our own little way we can entertain you for the rest of this session, and of course tomorrow, where we'll have another session from 9:30
Oh, 81.
British time until roughly 2 o'clock. But Thursday and Friday we will double dip. We will have a morning session
9.
and a night session as well, so stay tuned to the Online Darts Twitter page and other social channels,
45.
as well as the MODUS Darts 180 channel as well, and their social channels, to find out how to view in your local area. Tops for Joe Davis, and he finds a lovely 2-dart checkout in 17 darts to hold to deny Robert Thornton another donut victory, as he's been swamping people today, but maybe Joe's not going to have any of that. That's the one thing that really has been missing from Joe's game. Apart from a little bit of consistency, the checkouts from Joe have just been a bit ragged. But there are signs of marked improvement from the 24-year-old from Brighton, which is on the south coast of England, if you are tuning in from overseas. There are other Brightons, of course. There is one on the coast of Victoria, back in Australia. A very fine suburb. Expensive as well.
58.
Brighton is, of course, the home of Chris Eubank, the famous World Championship boxer. He's been known to
85.
wander the streets during the day and sign the odd autograph. And the famous
100.
coastal town that is Brighton, which isn't actually that far from my hometown currently. This is a great visit from Joe Davis,
140.
but he's not able to get to the finishing mark. Robert Thornton's already there.
52.
What would he give himself for that visit? Probably a C- at best. Has to go 18s here. Did the right thing to even the score up. 17 for that bullseye. But he does get the treble for double 8. Just a little bit more frustration starting to creep into the Thornton game, and there's a chance here for Joe Davis to double his lead. Can he find a portion of that 60? What a dart that is.
100.
He'll be disappointed not to get the tops. That second dart was an absolute ripper. Double two. And Thornton is missing doubles, and Davis has to take advantage of this. He beat Thornton yesterday. He was almost halfway to beating him again. Double one. It is a guide, but only just.
Ah, no score. That's what I did.
Not meant to be in a scrappy leg where
No score.
Joe has missed the single one. And he only has himself to blame
Sorry, Joe.
that he gets an apology from Robert Thornton there because they were both prospectively on double one, but Joe didn't get there by missing the single. So the man they call Chocolate is 1-all. Robert Thornton 1, Joe Davis 1. And if you think I'm making that up, that's actually a fact. There's a lot of us call him Chocolate. And if you don't know why, it's because there's a very famous chocolate shop which is similar to his name. I don't even think Robert likes chocolate. It's got me thinking now. I've known the guy for 13 years this year.
140.
I don't think I've ever seen him with a chocolate bar. I think he likes crisps.
121.
He likes treble 20s. We do know that. You look at what he has won in his career. And we talked about some of them yesterday. The
7.
Australian Open Players Championship, which was his first PDC ranking event.
180.
Oh yeah, that's a tremendous 180 from Thornton. As good as he can deliver. But he's won in many countries.
138.
Does he win this match? It could hinge on this shot here.
And 3.
12 darter wasn't in the middle, but it didn't need to be. It just needed to register at some portion of that double top. And just when he needed a kick, he found it. Ton check out. 12 darter, 2-1 Thornton. So he's won events in Scotland, of course. He won 2 back-to-back Players Championships in Scotland
134.
back in 2009. He's won the Dutch Open, one of the hardest events in the world to win. Won that back in 2008, and that was just before he turned pro in the PDC, winning a trophy that was about the same height as him.
123.
He's won in Ireland and England, so he's been successful
100.
everywhere he's gone. You do get the feeling that the Thornton machine is starting to turn over into that little bit of autopilot now, which is a
31.
very, very dangerous autopilot, I might add.
$80.
And Davis has been backed into a very tough spot here where he needs the big check out just to stay alive. His chances of winning this group are starting to dwindle. Double top. And somehow he finds the gap between that point and the bed. Just goes to show how well delivered that dart was, because I'm not really sure how he found that gap. Double 12. And Joe Davis's chance has gone by. Thornton is back in familiar territory.
And 3.
and is 3-1 ahead. He may have lost the first leg of this contest, but since then, Robert Thornton has been the better player, and that leg difference is starting to get higher again, to the chagrin of the entire field. Lots of finger licking going on for Joe Davis here. It has not been finger licking good in this game so far. Thornton averaging only 79, but he has been given enough chances to get the job done so far. Bit of a crazy day for
34.
Joe Davis, really. Winning 4-3 against a better Barrie Bates today. And since then he's lost
85.
to Darryl Fitton, where he lost 4 legs on the trot from a 2-0 up scoreline. And then he lost 4-0 to a rampant Richie Burnett.
39.
And if he doesn't get a little bit of a move on in this game, it's going to be another large defeat.
96.
He's got to be careful from this number. Unless you get the 61st dart. Now it's just about maxing out.
100.
He does a decent job there. He will get a shot at the 132, which is a lot of dart players' fancied shot, because they really want to get a crack at this.
60.
2 bullseyes and double 16. 25 for 57 in bull. And he's got a guide for the bull. Can he hit it? Oh, yeah, we love to see that. We love to give it a try, and we love to see it, and we love to see it executed expertly. Just like that, Joe Davis. Tipped. And eye-popping. If you didn't know, that's my little mascot, Dino. Dino the darting dinosaur, who has his eyes pop out now and again when he sees something good. And that wasn't just good. That was extraordinary from Joe Davis.
140.
$140.
The problem with that shot is it may have spurred Robert Thornton on a bit more. 2 140s.
140.
And Joe Davis backs him up. This is turning into a better game all of a sudden.
96.
And Thornton has left 125, which will be bull 25 bull. And he has to go for it. Gets the 25. Does not get the 60 for tops. But does hit tops to leave tops. I feel like I've said tops a lot in the last few seconds. This is to stay in the match. And he's going south. He did 619s for another shot at the bullseye.
57.
But with Thornton on tops, you think it's academic.
And 1.
It is. Thornton, very, very good indeed. Took his chances in that match, even though Joe Davis did deliver a bit of a hammer punch in that 5th leg. Thornton looking very, very hard to stop today. Undefeated. And that is the tail of the tape. Next, in game 11, it's Darryl Fitton against Jamie Caven as they try to keep pace with the Thorn. Welcome back to the MODUS Live League here, and we will now play the final 5 games of this session. We're going to start with Darryl Fitton against Jamie Caven, and with Darryl's predicament at the foot of the table alongside Barrie Bates on 4 points for the week in this group. We now know that he can no longer
Give me back then.
find his way to the summit unless he wins this game and every other game that he has today and tomorrow. So it's now or never for Darryl, but in every likelihood, with the way that other people are playing, especially Robert Thornton, he will probably have to look to Thursday and Friday to try and get himself through to Saturday's final session. So just to remind you, whoever wins this group by the end of tomorrow's session will go to Saturday's final. And depending on your league position in Group A, depends on when you will play on Thursday and Friday. If you finish second or third in this table, you will move to Thursday and Friday night. If you finish 4th, 5th or 6th in the bottom half, you will play during the day on Thursday and Friday in a separate group where other players will be added. We'll talk about the additional players later in the week. Possibly tomorrow.
59.
But let's give these players the time they deserve, as Jamie Caven has not given up on the possibility of topping this group just yet.
Uh, 29.
Caven has 10 points for this week so far, but only 2 so far today. So to make a decent day's work pay, he should win this game and his final game against Joe Davis in 2 games' time, and he may still have a chance of topping this group tomorrow. And look at that from Fitton. The flight goes flying, but the points in the 60. And that is the most important thing. The upper hand belongs to the Dazzler at the start of this best of 7 leg contest. $74 remain. Now 63. Maybe just a bit disappointed that he was so far away from the treble 14. Just took a few seconds to recompose. He has all the time he needs. There's no shot clock in darts,
54.
as much as a lot of dart players would request it. Double top for 17 darter,
15.
and it was in the corner of the single, then it was in the corner of the double, but ultimately the dartboard stipulated that he scored 50 points for the double at the end. So it is 1-0 to Darryl Fitton in his quest to jump up the table a little bit against Jamie Caven here. It's been hard work for Jamie today, has to be said.
59.
Early loss to Robert Thornton, I think, has almost set the tone for his day. After that, it was a 4-2 win against Richie Burnett. And as well as Jamie played,
125.
he was taking advantage of the misses of Burnett. Then he lost to Barrie Bates for the 2nd day in a row. He's the only person who's lost to Barrie, so that may have dented his confidence a little bit. But he'll be hoping that he can have a success against Darryl like he did yesterday. It was 4-2 yesterday,
180.
but Darryl may be having none of that.
80.
The finish that Jamie delivered at the end of that contest yesterday with Darryl was a 1-4-1. It was quite spectacular. It was to finish the match when Darryl was just coming back into the match in the 6th leg.
60.
And Jamie finished him off Street Fighter style with a roundhouse kick.
87.
6 darts from 136 is a luxurious position to be in. He will not like that at all, because he doesn't take care of much of his score, and it gives Jamie one more pop really,
42.
which he hasn't really taken. Well, he hasn't taken at all. He's not on a finish. And Darryl can take his pick here. He's usually a 10 or a 6 kind of guy. And he's a 106 kind of guy, as the 17 darter from the first leg is improved on in leg number 2. So he's averaging around 94 for the game so far, taking a 2-0 lead against Jabba. Starting to see a bit of distance
108.
at the top of the group, and we're starting to see distance in this game, not just in the leg count, but it seems to me like Darryl Fitton has found a little something in this game. He has had a bit of a break since his last contest. He's had 3 games off, which has allowed him a bit of time in the practice room just to maybe work on something.
85.
It's definitely working in this game, because he's currently averaging around the ton mark.
100.
Richie Burnett has been the 4-0 specialist this week so far. He's had 4 of them. We'll see more of Richie Burnett in the next match, playing his countryman Barrie Bates, whom he defeated 4-0 yesterday.
125.
Jamie's trying to get close to Darryl in the scoring stakes, but ultimately Darryl has been too strong.
84.
That'll do. Gets a 160 lead. And he hasn't missed a double yet. He's 100% in that statistic.
43.
So with this number in mind, you've got to fancy that Darryl's probably going to take it. Another 15 potentially for double 18. And he still has not missed a double. This is going to make Darryl Fitton feel so much better after what's happened today. He's worked really hard yesterday and today without a lot of success, but this one is looking good. At 3-0 down, the equation is pretty simple. 2 holds and 2 breaks, but 4 straight against a guy averaging 96. When you're averaging a lot less than that, you have to say it's a tall order.
43.
I've been privileged enough to do exhibitions with both of these gentlemen and
100.
play against them in tournaments. I know the intricacies of playing against both of them. The first thing about playing Darryl Fitton is there's an aura about him.
140.
He's a big lad. He's quite intimidating. So you've got to get over that.
85.
With Jamie, he's like a jack in a box when you play him. There's always something going on. He's a very lively character on the hockey. And he's very quick as well to play. So you've got to stay within your own rhythm.
95.
I always found it a little bit easier to play against Darryl because he's a little bit slower.
96.
I always like watching Jamie play against Yellow Clarkson because it was always going to be an absolute whirlwind of a match. And I think Jamie's last title was won against Yellow Clarkson in the final. Nice approach to a 2-darter, but this is Darryl's first chance to finish the match. It would have been a combination to finish on double 18 if he'd have found the first 2 trebles. He finds one of them eventually, and Jamie is at the point of no return. One shot to save the match.
56.
And that might be that. Caven's week-long leg difference is +3. He might lose all of them and more if Darryl hits tops. That's his first miss at a double in the entire match, but it doesn't last long as he gets 4 hits from 5, and that is world class from Darryl Fitton, who gets himself a very much needed win by 4 legs to 0 over Jamie Caven. That's really damaged his chances for Group A. But moving on to the next match, it's the all-Welsh clash between Barrie Bates and Richie Burnett. Stay tuned for the Welsh jokes and the Welsh puns. 4 matches to go for today's Group A session, and everything's coming up Wales in this one. And when I said stay tuned for the Welsh puns and Welsh jokes, I didn't mean in a derogatory sense, of course. I love Wales. Who doesn't? Such a beautiful country, and a country that is delivering some of the best darts on the planet just now, in the form of Johnny Clayton, Gedwin Price, even Jamie Lewis, who has just won a contender series with Modern Amateur Darts to have a crack at Jim Williams and the Welsh belt. A Welsh belt that Richie could have brought here if he defeated Jim Williams at the dawn launch of Modern Amateur Darts. He was unable to do so, though. I suppose there's every chance for
96.
Barrie Bates to have a crack at the strap if he feels he wants to do so. But here we have Richie Burnett, who for Group A in total is now on 10 points and a leg difference of plus 11, which is a healthy position.
140.
He has to continue to press forward. He's 4 points behind Robert Thornton now at the top of the table. And he has his own destiny in his hands. Not just in this game, but in his next game. He's playing Thornton in 2 games' time. And if he can win that match and this match, he will finish the day on 14 points for the group and firmly in the mix for tomorrow. But that match against Thornton is so big. How big will it be after this?
54.
Well, Barrie is coming into this game off the back of his only win of the day against Jamie Caven.
60.
So he should have his tail up. Didn't bring his calculator though, leaving 166.
100.
He did bring a last start 60 there, just to pressurise this 81. And Richie's got 66 as well, but he's got a shot at the bull. Doesn't quite pop it into the middle that time. And Barrie has a chance to steal a break of throw here. Tops.
46.
Comes up short. Lots of options on 25. That is the most popular one. And that is a very, very good hit. It is just in the bottom portion by about that much. But it doesn't matter as long as you get it on the right side of the wire. And the Prince of Wales, Richie Burnett, takes an early 1-love lead. Barrie is resigned to the fact that he's not going to win this group. So if he's going to find his way to Saturday's final, he may have to try and push on towards the upper bit of the table if he wants to play
60.
potentially on Thursday and Friday night. Otherwise, he will remain playing during the day on Thursday and Friday in a separate group, of course, a 2-day group, to see who gets the chance to go up against the winner of group
59.
number 8, and of course the top 2 from groups B and C.
58.
This time last week, Aaron Monk was without doubt the best player in Group A of Week 1. He was absolutely flying, but ultimately he wasn't able to get the win on Saturday in the finals. That went the way of Scott Marsh. I think a lot of people might have Had a bit of a punt on Martin Adams or Aaron Monk to get that title.
180.
Well, Richie has punted his way to 107 via a maximum there. Very well done by him. Getting his first 180 of the contest.
40.
$107 is now 88. Treble 20 for double 14.
99.
And that will do. But only if Barrie misses this. Frustrated to have lost the line.
42.
And Burnett to double his lead. Misses the corner this time. Has a different bed to aim at. And finds double 2 to be 2-0 ahead. Now, I've already christened Richie Burnett the 4-0 king. He's got 4 of them already. He's looking for a 5th. And it will be very healthy for his points tally and his leg difference going into leg 3. Well, yesterday, Richie got his first 4-0 victory of the week against Barrie.
100.
They are, of course, from the same region of Wales. The south, Barrie from Merthyr Tydfil.
64.
I do believe that Richie is from Cumpark.
140.
I'm not going to try and do anything in Welsh because my Welsh is absolutely abysmal.
97.
My first trip to Wales, I went to the lovely town of Mold up in North Wales, and since then I have returned to the country many, many times, gone to lovely places like Llanelli,
81.
Cardiff, of course, Swansea, Anglesey. Gorgeous, gorgeous country, full of lovely people. Some of them are a little bit more bonkers than others. I do remember going to the Premier League darts at Cardiff a couple of occasions and having a celebratory libation afterwards in the beautiful city of Cardiff.
82.
It wasn't boring, I can assure you of that. And this game is anything but boring for Richie Burnett, who looks at double 10 and is now 3-0 up. That leg difference has now swollen for the week to the exact point where Robert Thornton is on plus 14. So another 4-0 win here for Richie, and he will have a better leg difference than Robert Thornton going into playing the Thorn a little bit later. Can he do it? I remember doing an exhibition with Richie. It was about 2.5 years ago. Myself, Richie, Gary Anderson, Raymond van Barneveld. Absolutely brilliant night in the valleys. And the atmosphere that night shook me to my very core. Imagine going from a really quiet practice room with a few dart players, a couple of partners, and then walking out to this arena. I had no preparation for the reaction that we got when we walked out. It was deafening. It was also deafening the next morning with the snow on the M4, driving home, which was probably the most dangerous drive of my life. But the quality of the exhibition that night, it was worth it.
81.
And Richie's performance in this has been worth watching as well. Been around that 90 average most of this game,
100.
and he's been too strong for Barrie. Can he finish it with a flourish in 12 darts? Possibly, yes. Got to be careful here. That was a lovely dart. Never underestimate a good single. And Bates to win his first leg against Burnett all week. Needed that 45.
55.
So to be 8-0 up on Batesy this week, it's tops. Very, very good indeed. 13 data from Richie Burnett to finish him off. His points total does go to 12 for this week. And that game against Thornton in 2 games' time. Ooh, that's looking pretty tasty. But before that, we've got Joe Davis against Jamie Caven. Welcome back to the MODUS Live League Darts here, and we will pay attention to this game intently before we go into a battle for the top spot in the next match between Thornton and Burnett. More on that in due course. Currently we have Jamie Caven at the foot of the table. A little bit of a role reversal from yesterday against Joe Davis, who currently occupies 4th position in the table based on how many legs he has won today. Now, the reason I say that is because Jamie Caven's on 2 points and a leg difference of -7. So is Barrie Bates and Joe Davis. They can only be separated by head-to-head records so far today, and in Joe's case, he's above them both because he's won 1 more leg.
140.
So if Jamie wants to
81.
take himself off the bottom of the table, a win against Joe Davis here would be very handy. He got one yesterday by 4 legs to 3.
140.
And this will be their last game of the day, so it's time to empty the tank, as I like to call it. All of the energy that you have left, all of the composure, use it in this best of 7, and then reset yourself for tomorrow.
180.
Well, Joe Davis is bringing something into this match, and it's accuracy. 2 140s and a 180
100.
to leave 41 after 9 to potentially break in 11 darts, and we've had lots of 11 darters today. We don't get an 11,
3.
but we do get a 12 darter from Joe Davis, and that is a fine start to his battle here with Jamie Caven. Only 2 points so far, but can he get some more? Yesterday it was 6 points for Joe. So if he's on 10 points after 2 days, he's going to need a perfect day tomorrow to have any chance of topping this group. In the Group A table,
45.
for the week so far, Joe is in 4th spot. If he stays in that spot at the end of tomorrow,
97.
he will play during the day in Thursday's daytime group, and then on Thursday daytime
40.
to see if he can punch a ticket to Saturday night. There are new players coming in on Thursday and Friday, of course, but I don't want to give too much away, so I'll just save that for tomorrow. I know it's my responsibility to communicate who is coming, but I don't want to give too much away too soon. You may already know if you tune into the MODUS Darts 180 Twitter page and the Online Darts official Twitter page as well, and their other social channels, but it has to be said that Joe Davis has come out with purpose in this match, and he's been absolutely blistering.
16.
Somehow finds the gap between that dart and the bed, and will get another chance. It has to be said that Jamie Caven has not played poorly today, but everybody has just found an extra gear against him. Double 16 still.
Nice score.
And that is a big, big miss, because it offers Jamie a realistic chance for 1 dart at tops to equalise.
75.
Oh, and that familiar little clip of the underside wire with a hint of sisal, and I'm talking like it's a dish. Well, he's dished up a 75 checkout to equalise things at 1-1 in this best of 7 match, their final match of the day. You don't mind scoring 85 at the start of a leg, as long as you can find a few chunky trebles in the next 2 visits. From here, he's thinking, I want to be on 136 after 9.
46.
If you think about where you want to be in 6 darts time, that's what dart players of the highest caliber these days think about. Yes, they just focus on 1 dart at a time, but they have goals. Where they want to be after their first 3 darts, where they want to be after their 9th dart of the leg. And Jamie's thinking, I want to be on either 130 or 90 after this visit. He's got to stay there for the 170 shot. He has got no choice.
45.
It's just a bit of a late release, that one, at the end. And Joe Davis, who could easily be 2-0 up and throwing in this position for 3-0. Just making things the tiniest bit harder on himself. Especially with Jamie breathing down his neck in leg 3. It's a good lie for a 60. Perfectly used.
100.
Almost the picture perfect 120 finish. Not going to be a shot of the bullseye for Jamie, who has scored 41 to leave 86. So treble 18 should be the target.
94.95.
Monumental pressure on the double 10 of Joe. Double 5, and he is up to it to regain the lead at 2 legs to 1 in this best of 7 match. So Caven trying to take his foot off the pedal in the 3rd leg there. Will try to put it back on the pedal in leg 4 to try and get himself off the foot of the table, otherwise he'll stay there the rest of the day. Splendid stuff from Joe, who, if he wins this match, is guaranteed not to be at the foot of the table.
81.
Could come down to the margin of defeat, potentially, between whoever loses this match and how Barrie Bates does against Darryl Fitton in the last match of the session. After topping the table yesterday, Jamie will have approached today thinking more of the same to try and be at the top after 2 days and have a great chance of getting through the group by the end of tomorrow. Well, those chances are starting to dwindle a little bit.
47.
And if he loses this match, he's going to be a minimum of 4 points behind the next person in the table. Single 20 for tops.
98.
And this is a very tidy leg from Joe. More often than not, when you're leaving tops after 12, you're going to get a shot at it.
81.
You're forcing your opponent to be brilliant. Double 10. Very, very tidy. 15 darter from Joe Davis takes a 3-1 lead. And he's had 1 victory today so far. And that was quite a few games ago. So, can he double up and get his 4th point of the day? He's only 1 leg away from it. That win came against Barrie Bates in the very first game of today's session.
99.
You better not talk about Barrie Bates to Jamie Caven. He hasn't been able to beat him the last 2 days.
60.
Joe has had healthy positions against other players in the last couple of sessions. It's all about finishing the job here. And for his league position and his confidence, he wants to finish this as soon as possible. His leg difference for the day is -7,
58.
the same as Bates and Jamie Caven. That is about to change. But his weekly
57.
leg difference is -5 So if he can win 4-1, his leg difference would be much brighter. It would only be -2 with a great chance to extinguish the minus tomorrow. You can sense the frustration from Jamie.
58.
He has been left behind average-wise in this game. Just around the 80 mark, whereas Joe's been averaging in the mid-90s most of it.
85.
Sometimes the averages don't lie and give us a very accurate picture.
$100.
Will he get a chance at the 86 for the match? The answer is yes now, after Jamie misses the treble 16.
85.
One dart at the bull, minimum. That's what you should get from here. But he's going to get 2 at double 16. Oh, look at that.
4.
Both on the wire. Looked like they were really well delivered, but they didn't hit the target. That's the name of the game. Double 10 to stay in the match. And he kisses the wrong side of the tops and tens wire. That should signal the end of the match. But it does not. 2 on the outside, 1 on the inside. And Caven on double 5 splits it in half. And it just has not been his day so far. He's going to have to sweep it under the carpet and think about tomorrow if Joe can finally finish things off on double 8. Which he does. A 4-1 victory for Joe Davis. Guarantees he's not going to be at the foot of the table, but Jamie Caven might well be if Barrie Bates does not get defeated 4-0 in his last match with Darryl Fitton. Let's turn our attention to the top of today's table. Let's see more about the weekly table as well, as Richie Burnett takes on Robert Thornton in the penultimate game of today's session. Back to the penultimate match of today's session. It's Tuesday and we are down to the wire with these in relation to who's the best player of Tuesday. the scenario is as follows. Both have played very, very well today, but Robert Thornton currently is top of the table on 8 points without a defeat. Richie Burnett has won 3 from 4. So if Richie Burnett can win this game 4 legs to 1 or 4 legs to 0, he will top the table and be today's king of the hockey. A 4-2 defeat, a 4-3 defeat, or any win for Robert Thornton, and he will top today's table. But that is not the only story here. They are first and second in Group A for the week as well. Thornton on 14 points. As we see Richie maxing with his first visit of the match. Burnett on 12 points. If Burnett wins this match by any result, he will go top of Group A for the week. So it's these two,
94.
after 2 days, that have made their presence felt. These multiple major champions
43.
are all of a sudden creating a little bit of distance between themselves and the rest of the field, because Jamie Caven and Joe Davis on 10 points are starting to get the binoculars out.
$95.
Good score in the end from Robert, but it's Burnett who gets the chance to break. Perfect first dart. Perfect second dart. Third dart, question mark. Tension in the air. Not quite the checkout he wanted, but Robert looking to deny in 14 or 15 darts. Can't do it. So Burnett
36.
can hit the front against the throw right here. And does so. High quality stuff from Richie Burnett, and I expected this game to be good. It has started in that vein. Will it continue as we will crown today's champion and be closer to crowning a Group A champion? They started off their campaigns yesterday against each other, and it was a 4-2 win for Robert Thornton in the end. If he replicates that, Thornton going into the final day of Group A will fancy his chances of progressing through this group to Saturday's final. But if he scores 42 a lot, he may be in a spot of bother. You get the feeling that this group is going to go to the wire tomorrow. If you are planning on what you're doing on Wednesday, if you've got a day off work,
100.
if you can watch while at work, safely of course, you can tune in via your preferred bookmaker as usual, or via the Online Darts YouTube channel, as a second maximum is planted by Richie Burnett in this match, and his average continues to improve. There's the one. He'll be looking to lead tops now, if he can somehow find the 60. Oh, what a dart. Beautiful, with only half the bed to aim at. Thornton with problems, and his unbeaten record today is in all sorts of jeopardy.
140.
That was a risky dart. That second dart was quite dangly. Tops for Burnett. And look at this from Richie Burnett so far. That, by my count, is a couple of 13 darters. And the average is well above 110 so far. This is the performance of the week so far. Can he continue it? when Richie Burnett gets it right. He
140.
gets it very right. So much frustration earlier with darts that were missing that 60 bed by a matter of 1 or 2 millimeters. But he is starting to show why he is one of the greatest exponents of this sport that has ever lived.
140.
A raw, sometimes infuriating talent.
100.
But when I say raw, I mean from maybe some different perspectives that you'll think that's a bit raw. The technique on the whole is quite astonishing.
120.
But if you could eliminate that lurch, that kickback, how good could he be still? Well,
96.
it's been 13 darts, and he's on for an 11 here. And he is on the 11. Double top. This time he does miss. And Robert Thornton is in position to steal. Double 4. And you can just tell that he's not getting much in the way of chances, and when he does get one, he has to take it. Burnett for 3 consecutive 13 darters. Double 10. He has found it. It's 3-0 to Burnett. And if Robert Thornton wants to be the top of today's table, he's going to have to find 2 legs from here minimum. But the way things are going, it's looking like Burnett. So far the average is just shy of 110. And when you're playing this well, you don't want to stop. Oh, with an exclamation point. That is his 3rd maximum. He has hit Thornton
100.
with everything he has got to hit him with in this match so far. Extraordinary.
140.
Oh, he really wanted a crack at the 9, didn't he? You could tell he was disappointed with the 140. The way he's playing,
140.
I wouldn't be disappointed with his performance at all. Robert Thornton's averaged 95 in this game and done one thing wrong, which is missing a double 4 shot.
140.
Richie Burnett is on for one of the best averages we've ever seen in the MODUS Live League. He's not going to get the average record, I don't think, of Jason Askew. But is that a somewhat ironic 180 from Robert Thornton as Burnett goes for double 16. It's not in, and he doesn't like the lie. Top half, over the top of the flight. It was a blocker. It was such a difficult shot. Robert Thornton on 1-2-1 to save his chances of winning today's table needs the bull.
Oh, that was close.
He said it. It was not close. And he's actually made Richie laugh. He won't be laughing right now if he hits double 16. That is really not good. That one is, and you have to say it, that is some performance from Richie Burnett. Not only does he go top of Group A with that, but he also wins today's table by beating an undefeated Robert Thornton. Absolutely magnificent stuff. And the average, well, we're going to confirm it in just a second, but it looks like it's 109. We'll get the exact number for you when we start the next match, the last match of the day, which is Barrie Bates and Darryl Fitton. final game of today's play, and it is Darryl Fitton against Barrie Bates. Barry's had an improved day today, standard-wise. But he has still only managed the one victory today, just like yesterday, against the same opponent in Jamie Caven. As for Darryl, it's been somewhat similar to yesterday, a little bit inconsistent, but he has picked up more points today than yesterday. He's got 4 instead of 2. So as the Group A table starts to take shape going into Wednesday's session, we have currently got Darryl Fitton in 5th position and Barrie in 6th spot at the basement. If Barrie can win this match by any sort of distance, he will still remain at the bottom of the table because of his leg difference at -19. But if Darryl can win, he would get within 2 points of Jamie Caven in 4th spot. Jamie has slipped from top spot to 4th today.
180.
And Darryl is looking good at the start with his first maximum in his first 3 darts.
76.
So your league leader going into Wednesday is going to be Richie Burnett. And what he has done with that 4-0 victory over Robert Thornton is giving himself the best chance of qualifying for Saturday's final, as we have 6 perfect darts from the Dazzler.
60.
Six perfect trebles, then a treble he didn't require. All the same,
77.
still an exceptional leg so far from the big man from Stockport.
134.
That's a very good visit from Barrie as well. I'm surprised he switched to the 20s with the last dart. The lie looked pretty good. But it's 88 for an 11 darter from Darryl.
64
And it has to be said, there's been plenty of those today. I count that as probably the 5th 11 darter that we've seen today. And I think that's the 3rd one from Darryl Fitton. So, it's an ideal start from him in his quest for 2 more points. Yes, Richie Burnett's performance in that last game was exceptional. The average was confirmed at 109.31 in that 4-0 win over Robert. And because it was 4-0, there's been an 8-leg swing in the leg difference for the week so far. And, of course, for today's table. So Richie Burnett wins today's table on 8 points and a leg difference of plus 11. 2 ahead of Robert Thornton, who was on plus 9. But the leg difference swing is bigger in the Group A table for the week. Because now, Burnett on 14 points, like Robert, has a leg difference of plus 19. And Roberts is plus 10. So he's got a 9-leg buffer going into tomorrow's play. And of course, the confidence knowing that his last performance was almost 110 average. So with those 2 on 14 points and the next challenger, Joe Davis, on 10...
43.
You think it's going to be a 2-horse race tomorrow to see who is going to go forward to Saturday night.
100.
Fitton's not playing too badly in this game so far. He's averaging over 100. And for his own confidence for tomorrow and for the rest of the week, it'd be nice to put in a decent performance to finish today.
94.
If he can steady down in the legs and constantly pick up the 1 big treble minimum, then he's going to give himself chances.
99.
Unless Barrie starts to find what he did against Jamie Caven earlier, which was very tidy indeed. Winning that match 4 legs to 2. He'll stay there. and find the 135 to leave 87 after 5 visits.
100.
Barrie with the slightly easier finish because that has 2 singles and a tops written all over it. Whereas Darryl, if he gets 2 singles, will have a shot at the bullseye. Well, he won't get a shot at the bullseye. And he won't get a shot at the outer ring either. But he
71.
does leave it handy in case Barrie stutters on this one. Tops it is.
60.
And if he does have a tendency, it's to drop a little bit short on that shot. And Fitton has 3, 4, double 8. To double his lead. The other side of the barrel, Darryl.
In 3.
And Darryl delivers the barrel. I'm not a poet, and I don't know it. But it is 2-0 to Darryl Fitton, and he is halfway to victory in the final match of today's session. Well, performance of the day has to go to Richie Burnett in the last match. There were some excellent performances earlier from Robert Thornton. Had an average of 103
45.
when playing against Jamie Caven. Also played exceptionally against Barrie Bates in a 4-0 win. And a 4-0 win against Darryl Fitton. The middle part of today's session, Robert was white hot. But ultimately, he only made one error. And that was losing to Richie Burnett 4-0. And that cost him winning today's table.
60.
Not that Robert played poorly in that match, because he averaged 99 and got 2 shots at a double the entire match. You're going to get games like that. Talking earlier about Darryl's county days with Cheshire and the strength of their squad back in the day. They didn't just have a very strong men's team, they had a strong ladies team as well. They've had the likes of Anastasia Dobromislova. Let me just put my tongue back in there.
99.
As part of their team. And going back a little bit further, they had a lady there called Jane Stubbs, a fabulous player.
60.
I had the pleasure of going down to the Cheshire area. I think it was Warrington where we played them back in 2002, I think it was. And that was a
7.
particularly buoyant weekend. That was just before Cheshire started to breed the likes of Stuart Kellett, another fine dart player from that neck of the woods.
58.
It's one of those dart players that I really miss now that I'm not on tour, and obviously Stuart isn't either. But if you are watching Stu, it'd be nice to run into you at some point in 2021. You are missed, mate.
78.
Good position again for Darryl after 5 visits. And the Cheshire man is looking good for 3-0 to bolster his leg difference position in the table, to be better than that of Joe Davis and be in striking distance of him tomorrow. Well, that might be awkward.
9.
Oh, really, really unlucky to collide with that barrel and leave himself on double 3. Barrie, however, is having a crack at double 10. Oh, have a little bit of that, Batesy. Just when you think Darryl's going to go and find double 3, Batesy comes up with a 140 out. Oh, I think that deserves a little bit of that. Eye-popping. I did have a bit of a shocker yesterday at the end of play. And those kinds of games, they haunt you. They make you wonder whether you've still got it. And when you have 140 checkouts like that, like we've just seen from Barrie, it convinces you, yes. Still got it. It might go away now and again, but you still got it. Sometimes you just need evidence that you can still deliver. That's what this game's all about. Delivering. Delivering the dart. 7 foot 9¼ through the air. It's been a better standard today, I feel. And I think that's more to do with the players' comfort today, knowing their surroundings a little bit better, knowing the dartboard. We have another 180 there from Fitton.
60.
He's going to try and mimic Barrie Bates with the 140 out after his third 180. He's not going to do so. But he might leave tops after that really good second dart.
100.
That's what you call a brilliant 100. And Barry's not in a position to steal this leg.
80.
He is going to lose it. Tops in possibly 13 darts. Just hit the barrel and let it slide down.
No score.
Oh, no luck at all. No fortune. A little bit of a white flag throw there from Barrie Bates in this fourth leg, as Darryl goes again for tops, and this time doesn't even need a guide. Really well delivered, and he's looking good potentially for a 4-1 victory, unless Barrie Bates can find a little bit more magic from the bottom of his pocket. As for game of the day today, it's a tough one to call. We've had no 4-3 matches since game 2. The first 4-3 of the day was game 1, so 2 4-3 scorelines all day long. And nothing to the wire since game 2. That's quite
60.
incredible when you think about it. So I think we'll have to go with Richie Burnett versus Darryl Fitton in game 2. That was an excellent game.
100.
And ultimately, it set Richie on his way to being today's table topper. I hope you can join us tomorrow from the same time, 9:30 British time. The usual channels, of course, your favourite bookmaker site and the Online Darts YouTube page, as Darryl Fitton finds a 4th maximum in this match.
45.
We will go to a finish in Group A before Thursday. We have 2 sessions, and Friday we have 2 sessions, and then Saturday night it's all about the finals.
91.
Can Darryl Fitton finish the day on a 170 checkout? The biggest checkout of the week so far came from Barrie Bates in the first match today against Joe Davis.
45.
That was a 161. One. We need another. We don't get it. He went for the open portion. There's a bit of a wry smile there from Darryl as he halves the score. Overall, it's been an excellent performance. An average of 93.
91.
This time it's Barry's shout to leave the big out. But he might not even get a look at it. 66 left. Now it's another chance to finish the day on the bullseye.
37.
Not meant to be. 140 was the checkout earlier. Can he go 20 better? Barrie Bates! What a shot that is! He's had a 161 today. He's had a 140 out in this game. And now we've just thrown a 160 into the pot. Fantastic! That will make anybody feel better as a dart player, whether you're in front, behind or drawing. That was an absolute belter of a checkout. When you've had a couple of bad days results wise, at least you've got some really good moments to think about
34.
going into a possible comeback effort here. And don't forget, Darryl Fitton missed a match dart in that previous leg at the bullseye, so he's had a chance to finish Barrie off. It seems to me like Barry's not finished.
180.
There's the proof. Can he utilise his darting tactics to get to a finish next time out? Fitton has the darts in this sixth leg. If he loses this leg, Barrie will be favoured for the match. But that is a beautiful dart to be first to a finish of 167. It's a perplexing game sometimes. Barrie Bates at the foot of the table and has had 3 of the biggest checkouts this week. By my reckoning, he's had 3 of the top 4.
97.
Actually, I think he's got 3 of the top 5. I forgot about Jamie Caven's 141 against Darryl yesterday.
96.
He was scaring a 164 there for a second. But Darryl should be guaranteeing himself another match dart here. And that dart is a double 8.
4.
Somewhat unconventional route, getting the treble there. But can Barrie Bates stay alive? What a dart.
Yep.
And what a finish! 3-3, and Fitton has had 2 shots for the match in 2 different legs. But Barrie Bates, fair play, he's not giving up. He's had 2 very decent checkouts. Well, more than very decent. But it's 3-3 and we're down to the wire. It's probably my fault that we're going this far. And Barry's, of course, because he's been excellent on the finishing the last couple of legs.
60.
Because I mentioned that we hadn't had a 4-3 since game 2. Fitton has played excellently in this match. His average has been so much higher than that of Barrie Bates. He has got more 180s than Barrie Bates by 3. He's got 4. And then he's got a 177 to start this leg. But for some reason, he just can't shake Barrie off. There is one way to get rid of him. I was going to say it's to hit a 9 darter.
100.
He's got a very healthy 137 point lead here.
55.
Can he finally shake him off? He's having to do so against the darts. And Darryl is up for it. And that is a 5th maximum in 7 legs. And a 177. A scoring masterclass just when he needed it. Now Barrie Bates has left himself on a finish just in case there's another miss from Darryl Fitton. Well, if Barrie Bates hits this, Darryl Fitton is going to be winded. He's not going to hit it. Just a stretch too far for Barrie Bates, who has finished fantastically in this match. He's been 75% on his doubles up to this point. And he may remain that way because Fitton can finish him off. and does with a meaty double eight. Probably, in fact, I'm not going to say probably, that was the best game of the day. What a way to finish. Both players playing fantastically well. We've had a fantastic day here on Tuesday. We hope you can join us tomorrow from 9:30 GMT. But whether you tuned in via your favoured bookmaker site or via the Online Darts YouTube channel, we thank you for your company. Join us again tomorrow. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson. I'm signing out for now, but we'll see you tomorrow.